problem, technical difficulty that suddenly appeared from nowhere. So thank you very much, Satyam. Let me welcome you all today to this fourth Diginar series, Diginar that we are doing of our Quadrilateral Dialogue series. We started off with National Maritime Foundation beginning this Diginar series focusing on holistic maritime security. And then, we doing it, which was largely on looking at blue economy and sustainability of oceans aspect. And then FICCI looking at it from the, traditional sectors and from the economic aspects as well. Then moving forward, this is the fourth one which we are doing, which is looking at the deconstructing of blue economy in the Indo-Pacific region. Let me just say thank you very much to Sarabjit, to Admiral Chauhan, to the entire team at NMF for putting this together. My heartiest thanks to our partners KAS, who has been there throughout, who has been pushing us and who have been, critical and vital and the catalyst for the entire thing. They brought us all together. So the kudos go to them. I would be very happy to now give this stage back to actually Sarabjit. Please do keep this in mind. This is not the this is not like the end of the series. This is like we are halfway through. We still have two more in this Diginar series. The next one is going to happen on 28th of Jan. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sushma. And that is going to be happening, which will be hosted by FICCI. Then we will be doing one on 17th of February, which is going to be done by TERI. And then we will proceed to a national conference. And as, Abhijit talked about going hybrid, if we do get the opportunity, we will also try and do hybrid conference as well. But to say that the idea was to try and bring three threads of the blue economy aspects. One is to look at the security aspect as well, look at the sustainability and environmental aspects as well, but also look at the economic aspects and economic opportunities and, that it brings to us, both from the traditional sectors, both from the emerging sectors, and even from the aspects of sustainability, the kind of new opportunities, business opportunities that do emerge from there, and also how the security itself, now is looking at the other two contours and how all of them are interlinking each other, and now they are almost now embedded in each other, and there is no way for one to actually be discussed or dealt with without the other being talked about. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Sarabjit, and thank you very much to all people who have joined us here in the morning time. We are very happy that all of you have shown so much of interest, and many of you have joined us back again and again. So thank you very much to all those people as well. Over to you, Sarabjit.
Thank you, Swati. Satyam, you can take on and proceed as follows.
Thank you so much, sir. So we will now proceed to the professional session 1, which is based on the theme Interest and Alignments, Understanding the Contextual Variations and Policy Drivers of the Blue Economy in the Indo-Pacific. In the Indo-Pacific. This session will be moderated by Vice Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation. And we have three panelists, Mr. Saurabh Thakur, who is the Associate Fellow at the National Maritime Foundation. We have Mr. Abhijit Singh, who's a retired naval officer, who's a Senior Fellow and Head of the Maritime Policy Initiative at the Observer Relief Foundation. The third panelist would be Ms. Swati Ganeshan from TERI. And after the presentation, we will follow a question answer session where all the questions that you would be posting in the chat box will be addressed. So without any further ado, I yield the floor to Admiral Chauhan. So.
Thank you very much, Satyam. Thank you, Swati. Thank you, KAS and FICCI. Thank you very much for continuing the momentum, and thank you to all our listeners and our viewers. So I can see that Captain Virender Singh has got his camera on. So good morning, but I would request you, if you would be so kind as to increase the bandwidth by putting the cameras off. Thank you. And let me get this session underway. As Satyam has already explained, we have three very eminent panelists, each of whom is a specialist in his or her own domain. And it is quite important for us to understand what we are doing here, which is different from what we might have been doing in any other forum. Now, as everybody here is by now aware, there are really 6 major categories of stakeholders within the blue economy's maritime domain. And this is not necessarily limited to the maritime domain, but many activities on the shore have their footprint on the sea. And surprisingly, the reverse is also true. So we have the fishing community and we have the mercantile shipping community, which are major players here, but there's also the maritime leisure community, which contributes to and is impacted by the blue economy. In fact, if you look at tourism, it is a really important area for blue economy growth and simultaneous development of not only shipping such as ro-packs, ferries between, let's say, Kochi and Malé, via Sri Lanka maybe, but also in terms of what you will see, whether whale watching is still going to continue, because there will be whales and the water will be pristine enough for them, whether coastal economic development of coastal communities in tourism can prosper through, let us say, coral diving and scuba diving, snorkeling, for which, of course, the corals must be there. The coral islands must not be bleached. We must not have blanching or acidification of the ocean. All this requires a concerted collective element, and I could not agree with Swati more when she said that no single element of this can be talked about without the others. Then there's the whole range of ancillary maritime community consisting of people who own barges and who own offshore supply vessels and all those myriad craft and the myriad companies that operate those craft when those companies are very much ashore. And they have their footprint on ports, and then those ports yield effluents, and then that has its own impact. And then you've got the scientific community, which of course deals with everything which is futuristic and several things which are in the present domain. I know it's fashionable to decry conventional fossil fuels, but the fact on the ground is that they're here for at least another, I would say, half a century. You cannot do without fossil fuels, but how do we manage them best? How do we supplement them? How do we minimize their impact? All that counts. And the sixth and the most, I think, one of the most significant areas and communities is the maritime safety and security community, which in the push for economic development is all too often given short shrift. So I would like to solidify what I meant by an example. Let's take the case of fishing. Now we are pushing for more sensible, more sustainable fishing to be done in areas that are beyond the territorial sea, beyond the exclusive economic zone. And yet, why would fishermen go there if they didn't have an assurance of safety? And as citizens of the country, whichever country it is, and I will take India as a good example, they deserve, and it's their right to be afforded safety in the pursuit of their profession, just as much as it is the right to be assured safety by workers in an industry or a factory while pursuing their profession. For this safety to take place, the Coast Guard of India has to be significantly augmented. But for that to happen, the Coast Guard cannot be continuously obsessing with the problems of security. And therefore, some form of security enhancement has to occur if the Coast Guard is to be able to concentrate upon its safety and anti-pollution measures. This cannot be done all in one fell swoop. So safety, security are neither distinct from one another, nor are both these put together distinct from any of the other economic activity. And yet in India, we've got 15 ministries, 20 agencies, all operating with some control of the other. And so almost everything in the domain of the blue economy is in fact sectoral, disjointed, and I would say fractured. And the people in the economic sector seldom see the people in the security sector, who seldom see the people in the safety, and so on. So it is not at this stage relevant for us to reiterate any aspect of the blue economy per se, except to emphasize that, it has become fashionable. It's a drawing room de rigueur line to say that, everybody's on his own trip in the blue economy, and therefore the blue economy is disjointed, and no two people are talking about the same thing when they talk about the blue economy. And to address precisely this sort of thing, the Prime Minister's Economic Affairs Committee or Advisory Committee actually came up with seven study groups, and they addressed things from national accounting frameworks and ocean governance to marine spatial planning and tourism, of which I spoke, and fishing and aquaculture, and manufacturing, trade, technology, services, skill development, logistics, coastal and deep sea mining, offshore energy, and security strategy, and the regional approach. So that brings me to the core of this session. How should we best be able to take this blue economy business and utilize it as a tool of foreign policy, not for one or another nation to establish ascendancy or predominance or dominance over the rest, but to generate a win-win situation for everybody? Can the blue economy, therefore, serve as an overarching foreign policy tool that will knit together the economies and the best practices of these economies, not of only the major powers, not only of the SIDS, but of everybody who is operating in this space? In other words, can the Indo-Pacific region in general, can the Indian Ocean region in particular provide the leadership, provide the example, become the exemplar for otherwise a sort of conceded space which is often given to Europe and the United States of America? Can this happen? Let me conclude with one specific area. We are concerned about some of the more aggressive, some of the more assertive moves of one or two countries, such as, in this case, China. It's not my intention to vilify China. It's not my intention to paint China in a particularly bad light. What I want to emphasize is, if we can find the imagination, if we can find it in ourselves to actually grasp, seize opportunities of leadership. When I say us and ourselves, I don't mean India necessarily. I don't exclude anybody else. I mean this region. Can we take this? Suppose we could knit this region together. Suppose we could tell the Maldives that we can address your water scarcity problems by utilizing low temperature thermal desalination. Suppose we could tell big economies like India or China that we can address the issue of energy dependence by switching you over to ocean resources, which will generate clean hydrogen. Would you like to think about this? Suppose we could actually invest our time, our money, our industry, our effort, our imagination, our enthusiasm, our passion in all sorts of things which will create new energy sources. And I don't mean the Solar Alliance, and I don't mean just offshore wind, but I mean all of the above. Plus, can we actually capture the methane in gas hydrates without allowing the methane to escape into the atmosphere? Can we do this? Can industry find it in itself to transcend the limits of being shopkeepers and become industrialists? Can our armed forces, our navies and our coast guard find it in themselves to actually develop into a postmodern set of instruments? Can this be done? And if it can be done, then I think at least 10 off the top of one's head dividends of the blue economy will be realized. Maritime connectivity, shipping, port facilities, all compliant with the IMO's regulatory frameworks. Enhanced tourism, of which I already spoke, marine tourism. Why are we interested in only developing quayside infrastructure? Why aren't we looking at ro-ro shipping? Why aren't we looking at ro-packs instead of cruise ships? For example, I already spoke about energy security, food security. As the climate affects us, more and more unpredictability will attach itself to storms, and more times you will see tropical revolving storms going and hitting the empty quarter in Oman, and then locust swarms will arise. Those locust swarms will eat up the food security which we rely upon from the land. That will put even more pressure upon the sea. How should we do this? Should we wait until the end? Are these not security issues? I am conscious of the fact that we need major security overlays, but I am also conscious that we need to define security correctly. What about the restoration and the sustainable use of biodiversity and the resources and the management of resource extraction? What about mitigation of this climate change and adaptive strategies? What about marine pollution, handling that? Do you think that marine pollution doesn't have a security impact? Let me tell you, when we had a nuclear submarine and it was operating, at one point in time, all our sonars on that submarine, it's a nuclear powered submarine, so it's not some small thing. All those sonars got clogged. And you know why they got clogged? They got clogged because of a specific type of snapping shrimp, which had covered this, because the pollution levels elsewhere were so high that these shrimp swarms were moving in areas that they weren't supposed to be moving. But do we know as a security force where these swarms are, how the movement of these snapping shrimp or krill for that matter takes place? Isn't there a need for all that, even in the traditional realm of security? And to discuss all of this, I hope that the three of my eminent panelists will give food for thought, open the space for further debate, because these debates which take place in narrow confines defined by those traditional aspects with which we were conditioned from childhood are passé. We need to go to postmodernism, if for no other reason that we need to survive, and we are facing in the blue economy, through the blue economy, we are facing an existential threat that can be addressed only by the blue economy. So with that sort of quick overview, I will hand over to our first speaker, Mr. Saurabh Thakur, who, by the way, is a research fellow at the National Maritime Foundation, and his background actually is in geography and thereafter in international relations. So I'm sure that he will have much that is of great interest to all of us. So Saurabh Thakur, I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, sir. Satyam, can you give me the sharing rights?
Sure. Saurabh, you may now share your PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Admiral John, and good morning, everyone. The carrying forward the ideas that Admiral so clearly and distinctly outlined, I think the task of my presentation today is to sort of look at the context within which we talk about blue economy and look at the different meanings and how they can be brought together to have a coherent sort of a vision when we are talking about blue economy. So to begin with, I want to begin with a question, and this is a question that has been asked countless number of times with regards to other popular discourses such as sustainable development as well and ecological modernization. That will blue economy be yet another oxymoron on a list of discourses that we already have? When we look back to the 1980s or the early 1990s, we see sustainable development discourse coming up, and it challenged an established discourse on limits to growth, which was popular in the 1970s, which talked about scarcity of resources. And it sort of brought about a new sort of a viewpoint that through a liberal world order and globalization and other market measures, they can cohabit and work in tandem with ecological conservation as well. Now, these ideas have been around for quite some time, but the one thing that hasn't changed over these last 3 decades is that the pace of carbon emission or the scale of carbon emission has only gone up. And that's one of the reasons why we have to be a little more careful when we talk about blue economy as well. And the reason, as you can see in this graph, it sort of talks about the interest and alignments that we are trying to talk about in this session as well. If you see the graph on the left side of the image, this is a very distinctly clear graph where you can see that one red line going right up to that point where nobody else is actually reaching. But if you look at the graph on the right, which is the per capita emissions of individual countries, then the picture is more or less the same as it was in the 1990s. So it's really down to the interests of individual states to define how they want to see this problem that we have of increasing carbon emissions. But something very basic has changed from the reason why I've talked about this history of sustainable development was that we are now talking about blue economy in a completely new context. And there are certain key features of this new context that are very important when we debate blue economy. One very distinct feature is that there is a simultaneous convergence of crises that we see today. This wasn't the case in the 1990s when we were still in that paradigm of talking about precautionary principle, and there was always an option for states and other stakeholders to kick the can down the road for other and later generations to take up. But that is not the case at this point. We are dealing with very high rates of anthropogenic climate change. There is end of cheap energy that is coming our way, economic crisis, and of course, depletion of resources, which is leading to extractivist activities in most of the poor countries of the global south. This has had an impact on the traditional debate we have had on issues of economic growth versus, let's say, ecology. And if you remember in the 1970s, when Prime Minister Indira Gandhi went to Stockholm and she talked about how pollution, poverty is the greatest polluter of all. And that line of thought more or less governed India's position on climate change for a very long time. Now, but if you look at the post-Paris scenario, which also sort of is the time when you see almost every country now acknowledges the fact that they have to act on climate change. Now, once again, this was not the case in the 1990s when of the Kyoto Protocol, where a clear distinction between developed and developing countries existed in terms of responsibilities. Yet another thing that has changed in the last decade or so is the return of geopolitics. Institutions like UNFCCC, IPCC, and the discourses of ecological modernization and sustainable development, all of these grew at a time where the Cold War was coming to an end, and they grew in this period when the end of history thesis was in vogue. But that is not the case when we are talking about the blue economy. This is the return. If you just look at the Indo-Pacific region, it's highly contested. We see new powers emerging, the rise of China, India, middle powers. It has completely changed the scenario on the ground of when we are going to talk. So that context has changed. One other thing on a domestic front that you see is the global pushback against globalization. Once again, a distinct change from the earlier discourses. And this has had an impact, an economic impact as well. One additional factor, and this is clearly important from the Indian Ocean region perspective, is this fragmentation of the global south. Now, the countries in the global south, which were traditionally connected through this idea of shared colonial histories, are now beginning to come that entire discourse is beginning to come undone, and the reasons may be plenty for that. As have already been pointed out, climate change, if you see positions of countries in the small island countries or countries like India or China, who are all part of the global south, are distinct from one another. And the reason for that is that we have entered this period of turmoil and an ecological turmoil, which has been called the Anthropocene, whereas when you see in the 1990s, people were generally discussing that let's not breach that inner concentric circle that you see in the green. Today, we are in a situation where we have breached the outer planetary boundaries on some of the major variables, ecological variables. So this is the new context that we are talking about in blue economy. And that is why it is important that how we discuss and how we take blue economy forward also needs to acknowledge this new context and not follow and repeat what has already been said and done to death and hasn't succeeded, as was the case with ecological modernization in the 90s and the early 2000s. So if blue economy is the new frontier that we're talking about, what makes it that, where is that energy coming from? One is clearly the fact that more and more countries and more stakeholders are now clear that oceans are part of the solution. This was once again not the case. And it is a critical source of protein, both for international markets and it's for coastal communities. So it's important from food security perspective. Activities like deep sea mining and aquaculture, they are key for economic growth of countries and also meeting the NDCs and other similar commitments. Now, most stakeholders today acknowledge the fact that the state of our oceans is degrading. And the IPCC special report on the oceans clearly indicates that this is going to be the trend for the next 100 years as well. So this becomes a critical question, especially from a littoral state's perspective. This is not merely a side issue anymore on an economic question. It's an existential crisis. It's a national security threat for a lot of countries. So this, amidst all of this, when you see the documents that are especially coming out of institutions like World Bank or OECD countries, you still see a traditional articulation of blue economy, which is limited to extraction of marine living resources or renewable resources, and more or less the languages of trade and commerce. And it treats a blue economy as a sort of a sector of your larger economy, which is basically based on ocean. Now, through this presentation, and I think something that Admiral Chauhan also emphasized would clearly contest this formulation of blue economy. And the reason why the way we want to do it is that a distinct question that we have to really ask is, how blue is your economy? Now, what does that mean? Well, basically, if you do not take a holistic perspective of what blue economy means, you are charting the same path that has already been done with the case of green economy or ecological modernization. And like I showed you in the graph earlier, it hasn't had any results on the ground. And the reason for that is this national interest versus global public goods. This is a key debate that is going to emerge when we're going to talk about blue economy in the coming years as well. And it has already taken place. Now, I admit that the global public goods debate, legally speaking, is not quite clear as of now. But there are certain key features of when we talk about global public goods. One, they are non-rivalrous in nature and non-excludable. Now, taking a look at that context that I talked about, oceans no more can be actually talked about in this sense. Are they truly global public goods, which can be used endlessly by all actors without diminishing in quality or quantity? That doesn't seem to be the case anymore. And this is where this conception of blue economy becomes extremely critical, because it is critical for avoiding the tragedy of commons at sea. What I mean by that is that if in order to make oceanic space, maritime space more, and talk about sustainability in a better way, in a more effective way, blue economy as a holistic concept becomes critical. Now, that was an outward way of looking at blue economy, but there's an inward way, let's say, talking about blue economy in a domestic front. And this is where, as Vogler says, that this notion of single national interest is a fiction. If there has to be a blue economic planning in let's say in a country like India, there are multiple stakeholders with multiple viewpoints on this idea, and therefore what we're trying to propose here is that there has to be a knowledge-based view of blue economy that has to be promoted. By that I mean that there has to be a balance between codified knowledge, which is knowledge that can be converted into information and easily transmitted, as against the tacit forms of knowledge, which, let's say, the traditional skills that an artisanal fisherman teaches his son or his daughter. Those are kind of knowledges which are at risk of dying if we do not take them into account when we are talking about the transformative change that we are trying to bring in through this concept of blue economy. And it is also important, therefore, if we want blue economies to be a truly holistic concept, all these stakeholders have to feel part of that transformative process. Now, one other thing that this new context brings in is this idea that the blue economy cannot merely be limited to the economic logic. It has to take into account the socio-cultural relations, whether it's between states or between people. And this is extremely critical because especially when we are talking about let's say, the Indo-Pacific or the Indo-Indian Ocean region, where there are diverse interest groups and who have diverse, as Admiral Chauhan talked about, interpretations of what a blue economy is. So it is not yet clear whether eventually we will have a single vision of blue economy or a certain domain, particular actor or discourse will dominate. We at the NMF have been working on these last two, and as a part of a project on blue economy in the ocean. And my colleague, Ms. Anidrisha, who will be speaking in the second session, will further delve into these two themes. But here, just to introduce what I mean to say here is that there are certain common links. If you see at the top of this table, the 2 points in the red are the viewpoints on blue economy that are emerging out of the developed countries and mostly the OECD countries. And you see it follows the same trajectory, the old trajectory where we're talking about ocean economy as a sector of the larger economy. And because EU model has been a long-standing model for these countries, interdependence comes naturally to this region of the world. But whereas when you look at the documents that are coming out of African Union, for them, the idea of blue economy then becomes an idea of African Renaissance, and because maritime security is one of the biggest hindrance in growing a prosperous blue economy, for them, linking the maritime security and blue economy becomes critical. Countries like Seychelles, the small island developing countries in the Indian Ocean region, for them, it's an existential issue. It's a national security threat, and it becomes a core concept of their foreign policy and diplomatic coalitions that they form amongst themselves. So the centrality of their environmental concerns has to be taken into account. Similarly is the case with the IORA countries, where you see generation of employment and food security. These are critical concerns for these countries. And there is a lot of overlap that we already can see amongst these countries in the Indian Ocean region. So there is a critical, there is a clear, as this table indicates, there is a clear scope for alignment of the view of blue economies of these countries together. And that is what we're looking at, this big picture that we're talking about, the blue economy of the Indian Ocean. But one other aspect, like I said before, is that apart from this perspective on blue economy, you also have to understand that economies are not just about give and take, but they're also about socio-cultural histories. We have to go into that very important aspect of this relationship as well. So in 1945, K.M. Panikkar, one of the early diplomats of India, wrote this very influential piece called India and the Indian Ocean. And this essay basically talked about how Indian Ocean is a vital sea for the Indian nation. And he talks about how our destinies are very well linked with this water body. And he talks about the history of how the 300 or 400 years of colonization took this entire viewpoint that the Indians almost forgot about Indian Ocean as an extension of their identity as well. And that was largely because it was treated like a British lake. And he therefore suggests that we have to then take a larger look at the economies, the maritime past of this region. And there, a very interesting idea that also comes out of there's a very interesting book on tow cultures by Abdul Sharif, who talks about the ancient past of this region, where maritime culture and open and free trade in thousands of years before the global era of globalization was already taking place in the region. So, but or as rich as this past is, but if you look at the past 7 decades, and in a recent article, Himanshu Prabharay talks about it, that how we have completely ignored that particular aspect of the Indian Ocean region. Although there is that richness there, but that this ignoring of this very rich past has been a critical hindrance in the growth of blue economy in the region and the relationship between the different countries. So coming to, and then I want to sort of encapsulate what I'm trying to say here is that India has the greatest scope to shape the outcomes in the Indian Ocean region. And blue economy is going to be a key strategy, a key part of that strategy. And there, now, relations with the small island states need to be developed in a new context. As the new context that I talked about is that resilience and climate adaptations are now key pillars of multilateralism in the region. So, and promotion of socio-cultural relations will be a critical tool to extend the vibrant blue economy throughout the region. And finally, as I made the point before about the knowledge economy, that until and unless the idea of blue economy seeps down to the last person on the ground, who and from the top policy circles sitting in the capitals to the fishermen sitting on the coast, this will not be a success, and we will be talking about it as an oxymoron. So therefore, the questions of a bottom-up approach to blue economy and talking about sustainability in a more productive way will be critical as we go ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Saurabh. That was a wide sweep and brilliantly covered in the allotted time. So I thank you for that as well. And without wasting any further time on dissecting your particular approach, which is the job of the audience, and I hope that they will be responding sooner rather than later. Let me hand over to our next eminent panelist today, Abhijit Singh. Abhijit, of course, and I go back a few years, and we have we don't actually have a mutual admiration society. I owe him money, so he's always been kind to me. But that having been said, Abhijit is an intellectual force to reckon with, and I hand over the proceedings to him with a mixture of delight and keen anticipation. Abhijit, take it away.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the invitation to speak at the webinar. I have to say that I have very fond memories of the NMF. I spent the initial years of my research career at the foundation, and it was a steep learning curve, but I think I came away immensely benefited from what I learned in those years. I think this is a very timely discussion on a hugely important subject. And I'd like to extend my compliments to the foundation, to FICCI and TERI for having organized this. I know this is the 4th edition. You do it every year, but the fact that you've kept on with this initiative, kept on, getting people to talk about an issue which by some accounts is extremely contested, is in itself a great thing. I would also like to compliment Saurabh on an excellent presentation. There's so much that I actually wanted to bring out in my presentation that Saurabh has so nicely and so clearly covered. First, I'd agree with Saurabh completely that the oceans should be seen as part of the solution, as he says, and we should somehow tap into it, tap into ocean wealth, but in holistic manner, so that the last man on the ground, as he puts it, benefits from this whole concept of blue economy. I would also say that in my own understanding of blue economy, I sometimes sense that this is really like the concept of blue sky. There's hope, potential, there's promise, there's say that in recent years, there's been an acknowledgement of the fact that the seas cannot just be an arena of contestation between nations. They must be put to use in service of mankind. And BE in that sense, or blue economy in that sense, I think is a move towards greater pragmatism. And it does sort of encourage those that see this as a way of pushing the boundaries of human progress, of security, and development. As a security analyst, I would also say that this concept of holistic security or holistic maritime security is something that enthuses me very much. I think that the human aspect of security are
Mr. Singh, I'm so sorry to interrupt, sir, but it seems we're getting slightly muffled sounds, sir. So
are you getting muffled sound? Okay.
Yes, sir. So if you can just adjust maybe the mic or the distance from the mic.
I have no mic, but I can adjust. Is this any clear?
It's a lot better, sir.
It's a lot better? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm sorry. So I was just saying that, as I said, that there's been an acknowledgement that that the seas can't just be an arena of contestation, that they should be used for the general good of mankind. And I think we are making a move in that direction, and there is, in that sense, a greater pragmatism about the seas. I'm also, as a security analyst, quite interested in this area of holistic maritime security. I think the Navy per se has done a lot to internalize this concept in the way that it has striven to meet humanitarian challenges, cyclones, tsunamis, floods, etc. It has tweaked its operations philosophy, its doctrines to render service to those who are in critical need of assistance. And I'm pretty enthused by the fact that the Navy has been one of those organizations that has actually tried to understand the whole concept of blue and holistic, and tried not to just keep itself limited to traditional functions, but also look at other elements of security, which are indeed part of the whole blue framework. I should also recognize that there is now the talk of blue diplomacy, and one of the things that often comes up for discussion in blue economy discussions is the fact that we have the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which in many ways leverages some of what we have been talking in terms of blue. Its whole emphasis on issues like trade, connectivity, marine ecology, capacity building, disaster management. These have deep traction with countries in the Indo-Pacific, and that's again, I think, a forward-looking area, and that initiative that I think the Indian government has taken is worthy of much appreciation. Now, as optimistic as I am, and some of us also are about blue economy and the concept, I think it still deserves to be looked at through a critical lens and subjected to greater scrutiny. Not because I think the concept is inherently deserves any sort of skepticism, but I think that this is a way of assessing its viability and testing out its precepts. And here I will say that a number of recent studies, and one of the studies that I was involved in that looks at blue economy in the Bay of Bengal, highlights that the concept is struggling to deliver on some counts. Now, some of these have already been covered by Saurabh with great finesse and articulation. But I'm going to list out just a few other areas, or a few, there might be a little overlap with what he said, and hope that some of these areas will come up for greater discussion during the Q&A. First, I think it's worth pointing out that the blue economy concept, in the way it's traditionally understood, is an extension of the green economy concept, and this places conservation and sustainability at its very core. However, the manner in which it has sought to be implemented, development seems to always score over conservation, and growth almost always outranks sustainability. So the study that we did, and we interviewed a number of people, including environmentalists and conservation experts, and a lot of them claimed that when BE is taken out of the books into the policy realm, ecosystem and conservation almost always is an afterthought. It is a mere box that needs to be ticked. So in the way that they put it, not only does BE not do justice to the idea of sustainable ecosystem management, policy folks tend to treat it as some kind of capitalist construct, which is that it's about growth, it's about profit, it's about capital flows, when the concept is in reality more socialist than it is capitalist, in that it looks at conservation and social inclusion, livelihoods, jobs, sustenance, subsistence. And too much of emphasis on resource exploitation actually they point out, has been to the detriment of the ocean's health. The second problem, as I understood, and as they put it to me, was that the BE model seems to work better in theory than in practice. Operationalizing the concept is a hard proposition because in the way that most people see it, this poses some really big ethical dilemmas, and there are no easy solutions to what it says. For instance, how does one balance between growth and sustainability when those that are backing growth and backing profits are way more powerful and they are way more influential than those that are advocating sustainability? Now, I agree completely with Admiral Chauhan when he says that, and Saurabh when they say that there have been groups, study groups that have looked into these problems, but most of these study groups have comprised bureaucrats, technocrats, that are industry people. As conservationists and environmentalists see it, there's very little representation from communities that are impacted by the by blue economy decisions that people sitting in government appear to be taking. And so again, there is this big dilemma here, and therefore it is not surprising. I mean, as de rigor as it is to point these things out, that there is no commonality of approach, not just between governments, but also between communities and industry about what BE standards should be. There's no standardized matrix. There's no common definitions of important areas in BE. No agreed upon principles, and really there's no unity of purpose in the way a lot of us stakeholders are looking at BE. But I would sorry. But I was also go on to say that if you look at the Bay of Bengal, and this is something that our study told us, there is a completely different priority that different countries are according to different areas of BE. And in some ways, that is understandable, but in other ways, it's also quite baffling. I mean, given the whole story behind BE, the fact is that India, for instance, prioritizes port development under SAGAR Mala, deep sea mining, resource exploration, both living and non-living. Whereas Bangladesh is actually focusing more on maritime crime, overfishing, IUU, maritime pollution. Thailand prioritizes conservation, green growth. Different countries have a different idea of what the priority should be. And this anomaly is not just unique to Bay of Bengal or to South Asia, but also the fact that, if you look at Africa and how Africa has dealt with the issues, there have been big discussions in the AU and in other countries. South Africa, for instance, for a long time sought to take the lead in IORA discussions about BE, but it did receive some pushback from both coastal communities and from neighbors who saw matters differently. And also in the Western Pacific, we are aware that China and other regional states, ASEAN states, are not quite on the same page when it comes to some of these BE discussions. So a real challenge is then to make the BE practice consistent with BE theory. The third area that I wish to highlight, and this is actually the most vexed area, and this is something that we did some extensive sort of interviewing on, some conversations on, was this hugely sort of now controversial area of overfishing. In the Bay of Bengal, by some estimates, there are 400,000 fishing boats, 4.5 million people employed in fisheries. And over the years, there's been a real increase in fishing activity in this space, to the extent that today there is reportedly a sort of dead zone within the Bay of Bengal, where no life can thrive. And what is more, there are destructive fishing practices being used, like bottom trawling, sign net fishing in the pathway, etc. And yet, many regional states are pushing for greater mechanized fishing, deep sea fishing, including India. And there are lots of subsidies and incentives being given to smaller fishermen to increase their catch, and this is leading to more harmful practices. Now, I would just give the example of Indonesia, because this is something that we sort of went into, is that this is a really good example of how fishing subsidies have really become an article of faith for many governments. Indonesia for many years has given huge subsidies to its fishers. But earlier this year, the Jokowi government came up with a proposal for a bill that seeks to deregulate fishing completely, and it has proposed a change in the way that small fishermen is defined, and that allows larger operators to qualify for subsidies. So the activists are now saying that if this bill is passed, and indeed last month it was actually passed, this is going to allow foreign fishing fleets access to Indonesian waters. It's going to lead to huge reclamation of marine ecosystems. This will devastate our ecology. Now, the law, in the way they see it, is only helping big fishermen. rake in profits, and it is potentially wiping out the livelihoods of many smaller fishermen. Again, an idea that Admiral Chauhan hinted at. Our own draft fisheries bill, might I add, has come in for some criticism because of its emphasis again on resource exploitation and deep sea fishing. Now, this bill says that its purpose is to help smaller fishermen increase their catch in sustainable ways. But I mean, the experts will point out and tell us that there is this mistaken assumption that capital investment and intensive technology will somehow be affordable to the small fishermen. Also, the fact that it somehow places small fishermen in a economic system where they might appreciate the cycle of investment, extraction, and profit. But that environmentalist community groups say is not the case. They don't see themselves benefiting from such a law, from such a regulation, because they are not actually part, their whole socio-economic milieu is not part of what that bill is proposing. So, in essence, what I'm trying to say is BE is a really complex domain. And even when approached with the best of intentions, it is very easy for decision makers and for planners to actually falter and make a mistake in the way they come up with policy proposals and with propositions. My fourth point is a related point, and that's the lack of ocean governance. So as ocean communities have expanded, our dependence on marine resources has grown, and there's a greater acceptance of the fact that we need a comprehensive system of governance. But really, in vast swaths of the Indian Ocean region, as also the Pacific, ocean governance has not quite got the importance that it deserves. I will give one example of marine litter. That again is an issue that has been discussed often. This is a really important factor in marine conservation. But people that have worked in the area say that marine pollution is one of the least discussed subjects really on the BE agenda, at an official level, at a governmental level, despite numerous parleys between Bay of Bengal countries, and we know this has happened as part of BIMSTEC and other fora including the IORA, there is no comprehensive plan to deal with marine debris. Bangladeshi researchers who have looked into this closely acknowledge that there's a big problem when it comes to waste management. But from the Indian side, I didn't really get to hear much about what is it about we are doing about the problem of marine litter. Climate change, I'll not touch upon because Saurav has covered it in great depth. But this does add an extra layer of complexity. The sea level rise, the fact that there's ocean acidification, extreme weather events. There's coral destruction that is happening. All of that does have a detrimental effect on the health of the economy. And it again is quite surprising that in many countries, including India, the focus really seems to be more on connectivity, port building, transport corridors, resource exploitation. Now, I'm not saying that policymakers and policy making is all wrong. And I have an example to give you of how countries like Maldives, a couple of years back, went down the wrong path, but quickly adjusted and came back to the path of conservation. I'll leave that for the Q&A. And finally, I will just touch upon my fifth point, which is that despite incentives to the private sector in many countries, there has been a general unwillingness among businesses and among entrepreneurs to really take part much in the initiatives. And the way I understood this was because of essentially two issues. One was doubts about the profitability of blue ventures and the challenges involved in turning the latter into viable economic propositions. And second, and this was the more glaring area, which is the absence of regulatory clarity. Not only, they pointed out, are there policy shifts and regulatory flip-flops that are happening on a consistent basis, but the fact also that domestic regulation doesn't actually seem to be in line with international treaty, international law. It's not just in India, in a number of other countries, this is a problem that industry is just not clear about what the regulation is. And unless that is not that clarity, they are very reluctant to put in their money. More importantly, as someone pointed out to me, was that BE actually really has no business model in the way it's now being understood and now being posited. The governments expect entrepreneurs to invest in blue initiatives, or at least help shoulder the economic burden of these initiatives. But that's not the way it works. If you look at OECD countries, if you look at Europe, etc., thumb rule is that private industry is actually taxed for the sea resources that belong to the people. And that money is dedicatedly plowed back into marine conservation efforts. But for that, it's very important for there to officially be an industry that can be taxed in the first place. In our case, the private industry really, I mean, industry that can be taxed, and that is officially using the resources of the sea that belong to the people does not exist. And therefore, private industry is largely, reluctant to fund any marine research because there's absolutely no regulatory clarity and there's no real business model that can help them understand what the way forward is. A related problem I might point out, and something very rarely discussed in Indian discussions, is ocean finance. There are innovative financial instruments such as blue bonds. There's ocean risk insurance. There's results-based lending, ecosystem services. A lot of this is used by OECD countries. It's used by even African countries, and there we see that India has not really made a move towards this. If you can just give me 10 seconds, there seems to be a problem in my system. The battery is running low. I'll just keep it back in a few seconds to see what's happened.
Okay, so Abhijit, I'm afraid we are in fact out of time, and your electricity connections are based on that. No, but we've got a couple of. You've got exactly 2 minutes to run.
Right. So I'm just finishing off. This is my essential pitch. I'm saying that if we need to. I'm sorry. So this is my essential pitch. I'm saying that if we need to move forward on BE, we need to harmonize our BE approaches. We need to invest in technology and innovation. Absolutely critical for us to do that, because without that, really, there's going to be no movement forward. Secondly, that capital that we want should be invested in BE can't just come from government and from entrepreneurs. There has to be a way of taxing the industry, those that are using these resources, and plow it back into those BE initiatives. And lastly, there's this skills gap that we've got to address. There is this glaring skills gap, something that's already been covered. Ocean economy, knowledge economy, strong research community. You need ocean technocrats who can focus on the development and the know-how, transfer of technology, etc. And might I add, as a very last point, the whole concept of marine spatial planning. Allocating ocean spaces for competing human activities, whether it's tourism or renewable fisheries or its conservation. The fact is, we need to somehow deconflict the maritime commons. And again, this is an area where I don't see much discussion happening on the Indian circles. I will just end by saying that whatever we might say about blue economy, and I know that there is great enthusiasm these days about blue economy being used in diplomacy. Whatever we say to our friends and partners, the fact is that we've got to put something substantive on the table. They will want to know from us how well our propositions are working domestically. And there, I think we still have some progress to make, still some distance to go. I'm going to stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. That was fascinating and very succinct. I really enjoyed the points you made, ranging from the complexity to the lack of ocean governance vis-a-vis marine debris. You spoke at some length about something that I think is really, really important, and that is the harmonizing of the approach and the creation of ocean finance and the need for Indian regulatory authorities. And this is smack in the in the responsibility area of Indian civilian and uniformed bureaucrats. And therefore, the ability to actually flesh this out, making it clear to industry, and for evangelists such as yourself, or for that matter, the National Maritime Foundation, to actually go to industry and tell the industry how they will and where they will make money. And if the government won't produce a business model, because if you look at the number of times where oceans are mentioned versus the number of times where forests are mentioned in the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change papers and utterances, the case will rest exactly where you have left it. So thank you very much for once again an outstanding presentation. And now we will turn to our third, and also for staying perfectly in time, so thank you for that as well. And now we will turn to our third and concluding panelist for today, Swati Ganesan. And everybody knows Swati. There's no requirement for me to introduce her or to introduce the Energy Research Institute that she so ably represents. So without further ado, I will hand the floor and the mic and the camera across to you, Swati. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I hope you are all able to hear me clearly. I don't have a presentation. I'm going to just go through my notes as Abhijit did as well. I think I would like to pick up some strands from the discussions, that have, the points that have been made very eloquently, both by Saurabh as well as Abhijit. And I completely, heartily agree with all their statements as well. In my experience, and it's also my personal opinion, is that I have found that when we start seeing that there are so many complex issues and problems, and when you have different challenges, I think my mind tends to work on an overdrive to find a solution. Whether the solution may be, let's say, a little bit foolhardy as well at some point of time. It could be a little bit more ambitious as well. At times it could be, something rational and pragmatic as well. But the idea for me is to start looking at ways and means that we could all find, some ways to connect, some ways to communicate, and some ways to blend our ideas, our approaches, and the way we actually work on issues as well. So starting off from there, it's very interesting because this has come up. The question that Saurabh had put in the last line was how blue is, the blue economy. And then it was interesting that Abhijit discussed the aspects of blue in the green economy. So I think rather than looking at how blue is blue economy as well, and how blue, what parts of the green economy are blue as well, I think right now there is also this whole opportunity for us to see how blue is the entire green economy as well. Because the premises on which the green economy has been based on underlying factors, much of the underlying factors, including climate change issues and everything, are all quite dependent on how oceans are going to move further ahead in the coming years. For me, I think when we look at blue economy as a concept itself and the construct of it, it's pretty much moving in the same similar fashion as climate change was. When climate change started off, it was completely an environmental issue. It was all about, a lot of environmentalists discussing it, that it is just about planting trees or, doing something more conservational basis. But more and over and above, when the Anthropocene changes started occurring, its impacts on the economy, its impacts on, let's say, on the social, milieu of the, the world, also became more and more evident. So it became more about the economics of climate change. It also became more about adaptation issues, mitigation. Climate change became a key vital aspects of energy because of the emissions, and so on and so forth. And over this and above this, it also became all about the geopolitics of climate change. Every year, the COP26, COP25, COP24. So the COP26 is now going to happen next year. But in these 25 that we have already gone through, it has already told you how intrinsic politics of climate change is to the larger discussion, which is going to happen in other sectors as well. And I think what we are seeing here is also the same kind of churning which is happening in the blue economy as well, wherein you do have these major pillars of sustainable development. You also have, economy, you have security aspects as well. And within and over and above it, you have the governance of these, pillars, which is coming into question from a political point of view as well. So, and then you bring in institutions into that as well. So the entire larger picture, again, is going through the same, I think, fold that climate change is going. I'm not sure how many people agree on it, but I do see quite a level of similar patterns there. Now, it also has become that, the interlinking of terms is also now very rightly put by Abhijit. Some people include certain aspects of blue economy, some countries forego of some of them. It also depends on probably how much of your GDP is coming out of blue economy, which determines how your concept and how your meanings and your definitions are going to be, flushed out by each country. Some countries have, more than 80% of the GDP coming out of blue economy. Some are hardly having not more than 5 to 10%. It's not just about the value, but it's also about the volume. So in both contexts, I think countries also see where they lie in the sphere, and according to that, these frameworks and contexts are framed for each country. But however, there are some similar patterns which you will see. Some sectors are always underlying and always there, which includes fisheries, which includes tourism. We will be looking at shipping as well. So some of these 3-4 large branch sectors would always be part of the blue economy concept. But interestingly, even if these are the similar patterns, all these similar sectors are completely and fully reliant on largely an environmental aspect. Fishing is one key example of it, wherein everything is reliant on weather, and weather also on the temperature of the oceans, and so on and so forth. So I think one needs to be very well aware that, the economic principles of the doing business in these areas are actually dependent on nature. In a country where our own agriculture is dependent on, it's a rain-fed agriculture. We depend on the weather for so many things. And it's only now in the, past few decades that irrigation has become a major thing. I think the same concept is very much relevant in a sector like fishing, where you have a huge, community of artisanal fishermen who are completely dependent on the weather, the cycle, the ocean cycle for their livelihoods and for their sustenance over a period of time. In that context, I think I also wanted to talk about how, you can look at some of the specific aspects of 1 or 2, 3 things that I wanted to highlight was to look at IUUs as a very nice concept to understand the security aspects as well, the environmental aspects that are critical to IUUs, and also the economic aspects of what it does to fishery sector in different countries as well. It's very interesting to take an example of Southeast Asia. You would see that, almost around a recent study was concluded, and they actually talked about how almost 250 million people are dependent on fisheries for their food source in Southeast Asia, with at least, on an average per capita intake of 20% coming per person for fisheries in most of the Southeast Asian nations, and in countries like Cambodia and Indonesia is actually almost to 50%, which is quite a huge number. In island countries, it must be even more higher, touching more than 60 to 70% as well. So with such kind of critical aspect of food security for so many coastal countries and so many countries who are completely dependent on it as a food source, I think it's very critical to understand both the security as well as its economic concepts, as well as the environmental impacts that it brings on. In the same thing, it would also say that 200 million of Southeast Asian people are also dependent on it as livelihoods. But IUUs over a period of time in Southeast Asia and even in South Asia and many other places has really taken a toll on the entire fishery sector in many places, wherein trawlers who are able to move far ahead are able to actually catch much more and more than what they are supposed to. They are using questionable fishing gear, fishing methods. And this is where is an area, I think the idea of trying to look at a much more coherent governance is, possible and visible as well. Most of, specifically in the Indo-Pacific region, as we are talking about it today, it's very interesting to see that you have South Asian countries, Southeast Asian countries who have, been talking to each other on different levels and different exercises on the oceans. But I think we are part of different, commissions, regional fishery organizations as well, are part of so many other programs and initiatives as well, which focus on fishing sector itself. And I think it is quite a high time to try and see how a much more higher, linkage and governance at their level can really help to address an issue that is really, really important for food security and for sustainability of the ocean. And it also makes economic sense to address it, because at the end of the day, all countries have, all countries and each sector, fishing sector in each country does have a certain, target every year to catch a certain number of fish, to trade and everything. And to protect that particular economic aspect, I think it is very, very valid for everybody to actually come together and understand where we can, bring synergies in trying to address this as much as possible. This is also very particular for international waters, wherein, most people tend to go, if you have the biggest of trawlers, it's nothing less easier, nothing more easier for them to go into international waters. But this also disrupts quite a lot of, movement of fish and, a lot of movement of marine, organisms moving around in a certain particular cycle. Now that because you have a certain trawler, you're able to go 20 miles and catch it beforehand, even before it reaches a certain coastal region where it is reaching on, regular cycle. So I think these are some aspects that we can all address much more easily just with a little bit of more, regional-based governance mechanism. On the other hand, I think I also wanted to highlight more about, one of these interesting things which is happening in the climate change aspect. I'm not going into what Saurabh has already placed well, which has been very wonderfully done. But I'm looking at some of the solutions where much of the region can come together and find ways to, probably cooperate. I think one key example would be the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. India came about with this initiative in the 2019 UN Climate Action Summit. It's quite a brilliant initiative because it is looking at reducing disaster and building infrastructure which is climate resilient in coastal areas and in almost even in mainlands. But this particular initiative would be very, very interesting for almost all coastal countries who are really on the helm of getting the, let's say, brunt of floods and cyclones and different types of tidal waves, which are possibly occurring because of climate change. And I think the fact is that such a coalition could be a bedrock of a system for many of the Indian Ocean region countries, for Southeast Asian countries, to come together and be part of, to ensure that their local communities who are living, coastal communities who are living in these areas, do get the benefits of trying to get access to financing which will be disaster resilient. I think the idea is that because we already know climate change is happening, we are also trying to mitigate it, and we are also trying to adapt to it. And I think that adaptation part is something that the coastal communities really have to push forward. And such an initiative really sparks good, sense. It's very interesting that now, even for disaster management, the role of security and Navy is of utmost priority in coastal zones. And I think, quite a good and significant linkage between the security apparatus as well as these kinds of initiatives is very, very critical to, ensure that coastal communities are well protected, and also they do get the helping hand from a security apparatus that is already very, very much ready in sense for many, any kind of eventuality. I think the only additional eventuality they need to also get ready is for these kinds of climate as well as environmental eventualities. And I think prep work from their side would be much, much faster. And much more helpful to all countries as well, and especially communities on the coastal areas and that could be of any country per se. I also wanted to discuss marine pollution a little bit, but not from the sense that, yes, it is there. It's a big issue. We are not talking about it. I readily agree with Abhijit on that. But it's very interesting is that the economic costs of marine pollution is something that one needs to actually take into consideration. For me, I have, there is a lot of, discussion about why businesses are not looking at it, marine pollution, and why there is, they are not making a big, key, difference by looking at marine pollution. For them, I just want to say that, a 1 to 5% decline in marine ecosystem services deliveries actually happen, and an annual loss due to marine pollution and marine plastics is happening, which could be between 500 to 2,500 billion in value. That's quite a big number to be addressed in dollars. And I think there is this need to understand that waste is an economic opportunity, and trying to get waste from oceans. There have been studies which have said that the waste which is there in the oceans is actually of very high economic value and can be utilized and can be recycled and can be used for further economic prospects as well. And it does create, it will bring job creation as well over a period of time. So I think the risks it has to economy, risk it has to ecosystem services. It's an eyesore to tourism. You lose tourism when you have marine debris floating in your sea. It also reduces wildlife, which also is a way that countries attract people across the globe. And it is danger to critical infrastructure. I think Admiral Chauhan already talked about it in the beginning of how, movement of, shrimps, created so many problems for submarines. This has happened with jellyfish as well. Jellyfish have been considered to be very, been a big problem in many countries because of, high rising temperatures, which are leading to, much of polyps to come up and jellyfish to, grow further and grow in massive scales and move in spaces which have warm waters. So critical infrastructure, including energy plants, have been affected across the globe. They had to be stopped, which costs economically. It does not make sense to, shut down a whole plant so that he can take out jellyfish, but it has happened. So these are things that, really needs to be taken into consideration as well. I think there are some regional frameworks that can be utilized by Indo-Pacific region countries. There is the G20 Marine Litter Framework, which was already signed 2 years back, and I think that could be a good start-off point to take some points and create a much more supra-regional governance framework as well. And to actually talk about it, I think I'll just take 1 more minute, sir. And the only thing which I wanted to talk about is I think a political minefield, which is not discussed so much, is the area of genetic marine resources, which is an area where you can see developed countries are being on loggerheads. It's pretty much typically to how you look at emissions in climate change as well. And GMR has been, looking at freedom of high seas versus common heritage issues, and how, many countries are seeking a common heritage perspective under the UNCLOS, while many countries want to stick to the freedom of high seas. It's very interesting is that the commercial aspect, the business aspects of ocean economy are very much significantly visible in the GMR sector. Specifically, if you see in 2009, Germany and US, had claim or patent claims of 199 and 149 respectively in the GMR sector. In 2017, the patent claims, rose up for US to 6,278 patent claims, and for Germany 1,450, France for almost around 800 to 900 as well. This itself tells you the commercial viability that people see on the ocean bedrock systems. And I think one needs to take this into consideration when we are, looking at trying to see how blue economy really can bring some of these aspects to provide us a framework where we can work for regional cooperation issues. So without taking too much further ado, any more time, for me, a supra-regional governance framework would be a great place. But a stakeholder level community engagement, I think when we talk about track 1.2, 2, 3, we also need to now have communities engaging, not just within their own countries and within their own realms, but beyond with different communities from different countries to understand, because they are going through similar, experiences. So I will stop at that. Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Swati, as usual, the sweep was impressive, magisterial. I really enjoyed some of the points you've made. You also raised what I think to be some really seminal questions, and how much of the GDP is coming out of the blue economy. I feel is a very wrong way to start this question, because it cedes the entire space to purely an economic approach. Simply because the blue economy is actually, as you yourself quite correctly said, is an all of the economy concept. But let me not take up any of the question and answer time. We do have a number of questions, but before that, I think I'm going to ask Satyam to, in his inimitable style, to ask everybody to put on their videos, leaving their audios muted, so that we can take one of these really nice, cheesy kind of smiles from everybody. Satyam?
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, COVID has snatched the opportunity of sitting next to each other and taking a photograph, but technology has enabled us to at least take a screenshot. So I would request you to just switch on your video for around 30 seconds or so that we can take a record of the participation and also for our event. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to put a smile. We want a good picture. Yes, we have a few more accounts opening their videos, so I'll just stay for maybe 10-15 seconds more. Thank you so much. I will not take any further time. Admiral Chauhan, I yield the floor to you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Satyam. Now we have a number of very interesting questions. Some of them are particular, but I will request that our before we come to the Q&A, before we finish with the Q&A, I'll let me make one administrative request to the panelists. Just try and be as succinct as possible, and I want to shamelessly utilize my prerogative as the moderator to ask one question of my own, and that is that, you know, in all of this business of sorry, just 1 minute. In all of this business of our quadrilateral engagements, I often feel that we do run the risk of preaching to the converted. Our audience is interested in all this because they, at least in 50, 60, 70% cases, they agree with what we are saying. So we are preaching to the choir. What is the mechanism that you might feel is relevant for us to be actually able to preach effectively to the heathens? How are we, if we do not give too much literary connection to that word, how are we to actually convince those segments of government that will generate wiser policies in the whole business of the blue economy, so as to get better regulation, to get better understanding of the economic impact? What is the mechanism that each of you might propose? That's my question. There are also a number of other questions that I would be delighted to pose before you because they're far too difficult for me. One is directed specifically to Mr. Saurabh Thakur, and the question is, what does the tragedy of the commons mean, and how does that link, if at all, with the blue economy? Then there's a general question from Pushp Bajaj, Dr. Pushp Bajaj, for all panelists, and that is, really how important is it to have a common definition and a common understanding of the blue economy within the Indo-Pacific? Can we really, do we need to obsess beyond a point about it? Can we cooperate on the core sectors of the blue economy, which we agree are common, without spending time and effort on pursuing a common international definition of the blue economy? Is that not a better way to go? For Abhijit Singh, there is a question, how should we enhance ocean governance in India to align with the policy and the objectives of the blue economy? And then there is one that I would like to pose to Swati, which says that how have different nations or different regions attempted to frame their own comprehension of the blue economy at the level of doctrine? In other words, what are the doctrinal articulations of the blue economy from different countries? And if different regions are involved, then different regions, what are the key considerations here? This is a difficult question, and I think one that, Swati, you should be delighted to get your teeth sunk into. So with those questions as our first sort of round, let me turn over. Oh, there's one last one that I wanted to mention, and that is, once again, I think to Abhijit, to the sustainable low carbon transition in the shipping sector is proving to be particularly difficult to achieve. And how can we cooperate with nations in the Indo-Pacific to bring about this transition to a low carbon shipping sector? So with that, as our first sort of round, we have about, how much time do we have? We have about 28 or 29 minutes, and that should be sufficient for us to take one or two more questions. But in the meanwhile, let me first turn it over to the speakers in the same order as they spoke. And so, Saurabh, would you like to take the questions addressed to you? Saurabh?
Thank you, sir. So I think I'll link up the question that you asked about how can this be sort of translated into a layman's language and not be so that it moves more efficiently. And I'll link that question with this idea of tragedy of commons. So I think I didn't leave enough emphasis on what I meant by that, but I think it fairly nicely explains what your question as well. So basically, tragedy of commons is nothing but if you imagine a piece of land, and there is this very influential article that was written in the 60s by Garrett Hardin called The Tragedy of Commons. And he basically assumed that if you have a piece of land which has resources in it, and there are 5 people who are going to graze their, let's say, sheep on that piece of grassland, or any such resource. So eventually, the argument in the paper was that if all 5 people go ahead and only take care of their, will only go ahead and worry about their own self-interest, and not worry, and which will eventually lead to the deterioration of that common resource. Now, this is on the first look, it does look like something that that could happen. But there are studies that have been done, especially studies in India that have been done by Nobel laureates such as Elinor Ostrom, who challenged that idea and said that if you actually leave the management of resources to people who actually control those resources, this efficient management is definitely possible without deterioration of the resources. Now, the question here then becomes is that how does that translate into the domain of the oceans, and how does it sort of interplay with climate change and other pressing factors? Now, that is something that is still unclear, but I would just add to that if we actually, the answer to that question, that how do you translate it and how do you make a common man participate in a blue economy, let's say, the best way forward as of now, what we have is greater stakeholder participation from bottom up. That is the first step. That is absolutely essential. Take the case of the latest national fisheries policies that was put out in February this year for, I think, public consultation. It mentions the word blue economy at least twice or thrice in that document. The word oceanic blue growth is mentioned. Now, we are not yet clear whether that what definition of that blue economy does that report actually carries. It just, but by the first look of it, it does look almost looks like the same definition that an OECD country will carry. And there have been protests on the ground against that policy already. So if we have to move towards a sort of an efficient, vibrant blue economy that we've constantly talked about for many years now, I think stakeholder participation is first. So that is from the bottom up. From the top down, I think the biggest problem India has always faced has been there is no consistency when it comes to policy making, and we have always borrowed models, and when they have failed, we have then jumped to another model. We haven't really consistently kept one policy in place and carried it through and seen it through and checked where it's going wrong. Take the example. I think a good example here would be the SEZ model that we used before the EEZs. India sort of started SEZ models back in the 1960s. The China started it in almost late 70s, early 80s. But their model actually worked out, and it faced the same issues. Both the models, whether it was in China or India, faced the same kind of issues, whether it was corruption, bureaucratic hassles. But the only difference really was that China saw through that the plan has to come through to the end, and whatever problems were there in that policy were fixed step by step. Whereas India was constantly debating whether it's good, it's bad, whether should we give up, and so there is and each successive government had another different take on the whole policy. So there is a lack of consistency that is a big factor when it comes to executing something like a blue economic transformation, which is going to be very long term. So that's my answer to those two questions.
Thank you very much. So would Abhijit, you like to take on the questions that, and also if you have some comment to make about the others, we do have another round of questions. So
thank you, sir. What I'll do is try and first answer this very interesting question that you'd raised about, preaching to the converted and how do you preach to the heathen. One of the things that came up in the discussions that I had with some, people that look into BE, that have been part of those communities that are affected by the blue economy decisions, is that this is not just in India, but in a number of countries in South Asia and also in the Pacific. A lot of governments tend to have a bias in terms of what they believe should be done in terms of, be it growth or, bringing in prosperity, creating jobs. And from what I could understand is that what the experts were saying, that the consultation really happens at a very superficial level, because most of these, governments, regimes, etc., have already, in a sense, made up their minds on what's the best way forward. And that is the tragedy, really, of BE, is that the consultation that is happening with stakeholders is not a really serious consultation, because communities that are affected by these decisions sometimes tend to bring up extremely complicated issues that no governments really have any answers to. And therefore, the sense that some of us get that are trying to understand these issues is that a decision is sometimes sought to be rammed down the throats of the people that are affected by it, as we see happen in Indonesia. But Indonesia is just one example of what has happened. Because if you don't do that, then this predicament, the dilemmas that you face are never ending. There will be no movement forward. So that's one of the things that we need to absolutely keep in mind, that there is an element of ideology that goes into what you essentially believe in. Now, for instance, it's easy for someone to say that, you call it evangelism, is that environmentalists have a bias away from growth. They do not acknowledge the importance of growth, the importance of prosperity. They are constantly harping on conservation, sustainability, etc. And I agree that there's two sides to this debate. So I think what we need is greater empathy for each other's positions in some of these discussions that happen between governments, between stakeholders, and between communities. To the question on ocean governance, I think ocean governance really is a holistic thing. And the way I understood it, again, is that, as a number of people that told me that essentially, if you want to implement blue economy, you need to have a sort of a business model for it, about who is going to fund that activity. Swati brought out, marine litter is a huge issue, but the problem is who is going to pay for cleaning all of those seas. And again, the answer to this question is that there has to be a way of taxing the people that are using the seas. Seas as a domain that belongs to the people at large. There has to be a way of how you can generate the revenue and how you can do the activities that need to be done. Importantly, there is a lot of, and this is something I can't say, there's so much of ocean finance that is lying out there. So many funds, ocean trust funds. The Japanese, I believe there are some European funds that are available to Southeast Asian countries, to South Asian countries, India included, that can be tapped into. The only thing there is you need to show what your regulation is about how you're going to use that money and for what purposes are you going to use that money. And so because of this insistence on some clarity in what the regulation is about, using those funds, a lot of these countries, and I would posit there even India, is guilty of this. We are not actually using those funds. So I would say that these are the two areas, apart from this marine spatial planning, something that I mentioned. All of the countries, including in Africa, in OECD, there's, some countries in the Pacific. This marine spatial planning is an article of faith. They absolutely recognize that this needs to be done. So if you look at, for instance, what they call marine protected areas, there's one nodal agency that is really dealing with marine protected areas. In India, I guess the problem is that there are too many agencies, too many ministries, earth sciences, there is environment and forests, there's tourism, there's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there's MOD, there's so many agencies looking at it. There's just no way of coordinating all of this. And finally, it comes down to the same thing, that we are not clear about our regulation. Lastly, and I think this is an important thing for me to point out, one thing that kept coming up with regards to the oceans is that, what's basically the approach that is being followed by various governments is to privatize most of these activities. Fisheries, privatize it. Mariculture, privatize it. Aquaculture, privatize it. But when you privatize it, what you're doing essentially is you're taking a region that falls within the regime of the commons to the regime of private property. So essentially, basically, you're earmarking a particular area that will no longer belong to the commons, that will be used for purposes of private consumption and for private profit. That again might be a violation. So if you're trying to tap into some of those funds, they are going to be very unlikely to give you that funding if you have no clarity about how you are going to be dealing with some of these areas. So again, finally, I mean, it comes to the same thing. If you're not clear about regulation, if you're not clear about what the rules are and how these regimes, these international regimes, are sometimes acting at cross purposes to what you do, you're not going to have much movement forward. On the last question of the low carbon emission, again, that's a hugely contested area, and might I tell you why? The EU recently, about 6 months back, or maybe over a year back, came with the legislation that all of the ships that are going to be entering their waters are going to be taxed, and that money is then going to be used for promoting low carbon. And that again has met with a lot of opposition among a lot of other countries because low carbon fuel is expensive, and some of the countries are not in a position to pay for that. And why should they be taxed so heavily for what's happening? So again, on low carbon emissions and on low carbon fuels also, I think there's a conversation to be had. I don't actually have a solution for this because this was, to be very honest, not one of the areas that conservationists spoke about. But the sense that I get is that there are many within South Asia, especially, and Southeast Asia, that don't want to have that conversation on how to shift from low quality, cheap fuel to really high quality, expensive fuel. So I think that again is a dilemma. I acknowledge that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Abhijit. There's some really important questions you raised here. One of them, of course, you have alluded to twice over in two different contexts, and that is of taxation. And this brings us to the heart of actually the question about whether the blue economy should be measured as an economy, as a contribution to some other kind of economy. The blue economy is not a part of some other kind of economy. The blue economy is the economy. And therefore, when that blue economy, which is the economy, concentrates upon the oceans being the font of all life on Earth, and when it looks at sustainable development, etc., it automatically becomes known as the blue economy. Now, if you have economists and they say that we need to have slow steaming in order to mitigate low carbon or non-low carbon emissions by shipping, then the cost of goods will actually go up. If you insist upon ballast water management in stringent manners, the cost of shipping will actually rise, the cost of goods. Likewise, if you place taxation upon industry, the value of goods ashore will actually go up. It will become less economically attractive. So I think what Swati was actually saying was that if you did harness, if we were to be able to multiply many buoyant slats and then create these individuals and then recover the plastics that are in the sea, in the oceans, then the intrinsic value of that plastic and its recycling would be in the region of what she said was staggering economic amounts. But let me not steal her thunder, and Swati, it's over to you.
Actually, before I answer that question, it's very interesting because yesterday there was an event that we were part of where we, had a lot of scholars and academics and technical experts as well as business experts from joining in. We had a lot of eminent experts from IIT Madras, a lot of sustainability officers of different companies also joined this particular thing. This is on resource efficiency and circular economy. Could people mute their mics? I think there is some disturbance. Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just highlight that there were two things that it came out. There was this very interesting academician who said that because they work on R&D on a daily basis, most of all the IITs do, and they said that saying that innovation and specifically R&D can lead to many opportunities. And one of the key things that he highlighted was that, when I asked him, where do you get financing from? For R&D, because there is hardly any money for R&D anywhere, especially in our country. He said, I only see in the future CSR, corporate social responsibility, as a major funding to, fund innovation and R&D in this country. And not just to, I say it, not just to decorate your annual reports with, some projects, but to actually innovate so that you can make business out of it. I think one needs to understand, because this question, keeps coming up to us all the time, because a lot of business individuals do ask, why would we put money into, trying to clean debris? Why would we put money into trying to clean slag? But it's very interesting, because yesterday an automobile company came up and said that we came up with a goal to have a zero waste to landfill goal. That means there would be no waste that will go to any landfill from their company. And they said that when we set the goal, our mind started to innovate. And we today are able to ensure that we are completely circular, in the sense that none of the waste goes to a landfill within the country. Why I'm highlighting this is that because they actually found huge economic opportunities while they were doing so. Because whatever waste they had, they used it to create, give it away to different industries, cement, to construction, to different other industries who could utilize the recycled product and, also cut their cost because they are not going for a raw material, which was going to go cost higher for them. It's very interesting because these dynamics need to be really placed into the same situation. When we talk about marine pollution as well, I think you will find that it is a problem, and it's a genuinely big problem. But there is quite a lot of opportunities for a lot of businesses to find ways to make money out of it as well. And it is really has the opportunity to provide you job creations. It will also secure a lot of livelihoods in the fishery sector, in tourism sector. And I think it's about involvement of communities. I think when you say you want to reduce plastics in A, B, or C country, I'm sure people, coastal communities living on this would be the first ones to stand up and say, we will be part of it. You can see this happening. I mean, we have the number of beaches that have been provided blue flag certification in India is quite high, because the community, the coastal governance system there has actually taken the pain and implemented all their, all the laws, regulations in a way to be able to be given a blue flag certification, which talks a lot about their conservation practices, talks about a lot of their, methods on keeping their beaches clean. This is the way to go. I think one does not need to see sectors in silos. I think when sees, fishery sector, one is seeing fishery sector in a silo. And also we are falsely assuming that the communities or, the people who are involved in a certain sector will not be interested in the larger issue. Even if you want to talk from a cost perspective, I think when you actually put up a plan wherein you show them the long-term benefits, I think most people will go for it. I think this has been done and has been proven many times in this country when we have done, we have taken up, for example, where you can take the LED, schemes that our own, Bureau of Energy Efficiency had done, wherein when you told people that you have, you take bulbs which are cost effective, people have gone and bought it. So I think so many people have been converts to it as well. I think it's also about stakeholder participation and creating a program where every stakeholder matters and every stakeholder is taken into consideration. Now, coming to the main question on the doctrine bit, let me just be very pretty frank. I think this is pretty much the same way you look at, the blue economy. You will see that there are some very common words, common aspects that everybody is taking into this concept. You will see economy, you will see resources, you will see livelihoods in somewhere. Some concepts include sustainability as a core concept into it. Some include ocean health into it. There is no definite definition that anybody has provided as yet, or I don't think so. There is also this real push to try and get to one definition as well. What I think people are trying to do is trying to find the convergences where they can actually work together, rather than trying to find too many definitions and trying to get to a core definition of everything. I think from my perspective, rather than spending so much of time trying to find out what would be the right definition for it, I think it would be better to, if you're going to sit on a table, ask 5 people what they think about the food, they're going to have different perceptions. So the same way, I think all the perceptions need to be taken into consideration, and all people can come together to, some fair enough consensus on many issues. And I think, starting and, setting the ball rolling is more important right now, I think, rather than actually trying to figure out how we can actually get to that one definition. For me, I think even if you pick one topic and everyone works, you will see that there is a chain of effects on other sectors as well. Just as I talked about IUUs, if you look at IUUs and if you start looking at fishing sector, if you start working on fisheries itself, if you start engaging with communities there, you would see a chain effects on the biodiversity, you would see a chain effect on marine protected areas, you would see a chain effect in terms of how tourism will actually become higher. Because when you have good fisheries, when you can probably see a whale and a dolphin, you will probably get tourism. It's as simple as that. I think even if you pick one sector, focus on it, you will probably, do miles in the other areas that are going to be there. I think it's just about picking that point and starting from there, rather than trying to pick up the, debate on definitions and who's going to do what. There is, and I think there is also this very, this I have already told before in most of the KAS conferences, and I will say this again, that, there is this very myopic view on saying that, that security infrastructure is only for Singh. The security infrastructure in our country is very, it is very well developed and actually has all the potential to help you to do many other things. And in a time when you do not have the very traditional type of, major threats coming up, the non-traditional security issues have become the key that is really, really, affecting the larger national security of the country. And there is when the security apparatus can be readily utilized to help and to create, an environment that could be protected and preserved as well and thrive at the same time. And I think one needs to find the pluses in each sector and work on them. And the minuses will start reducing by its own. Because when you start looking for solutions, those solutions will invariably tell you how to deal with the X problem and X is plus Y problem. And I think this is very evident because yesterday IIT Madras talked about their research on beach sites in, Tamil Nadu, where they are taking out plastic pollution. They are actually looking at trying to categorize them to find out the value of each debris that they have found on the beaches and creating a value from that product, either making them into energy fuels or either making them into different products that could be utilized for commercial scale, commercial scale purposes that industries could pick up. I think this itself tells you that 2-3 things are being solved. You are getting a job. You are getting, now you're getting a better R&D. You're also being able to involve businesses who can actually gain from them. I think so many things can solve if you work on one issue. So I think that would be something that I just wanted to say.
Thank you, Swati. That was absolutely stealing the words from my own mouth. and I think it comprehensively addresses the question that had been put to you by both me and by Dr. Pushp Bajaj. And now we're going to eat into some of the roundup time because the questions are really quite interesting. And I'm going to pose the last round of questions to each of you, depending on whom they're addressed to. So Swati, you've already answered much of this question about how relevant is marine scientific research to the blue economy, and how do you think it will yield dividends to the marine community at large? And in your last bit of your last question, last answer, in talking about both the last conference that you had and IIT Madras, you have addressed this, but maybe you'd like to add a word or two further. Abhijit, the question to you is that we talk a lot about the blue economy, but this is reflected far less when we glance through the actual new coastal regulation zone notifications or the adoption of sustainable practices. That means our talk doesn't reach the people who are actually doing this. And that brings me back to my question about how should we address what are the correct campaign elements that we must utilize in order to convince government, in order to convince the various elements of government in different ministries, not merely the ministry responsible for this, that is the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, but the Ministry of Shipping, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, the Ministry of Skill Development. How are these to be addressed? What should be the mechanism? This quadrilateral engagement is crucial. It is necessary, but it is not sufficient. So the question once again says the same thing in different ways. We talk about the blue economy, but the blue economy finds little or no reflection when you actually look at the new coastal regulation zone notification or the adoption of sustainable practices. There is hardly any. In fact, there is a great deal of hubris in New Delhi when they dismiss the participation of the fishermen community in policy making. And do you not think, therefore, that we are more inclined towards economic exploitation of ocean resources than addressing the actual crisis of overburdened seas? There is a question, again, for all the panelists. But I would like to once again assign it to Saurabh Thakur, and that is that what is to be done and what can be done for this 80% of coastal pollution that is due specifically to agricultural runoff of fertilizer. So we think that we are solving one problem, but we are creating the other. And similar is the case with the runoff of pesticides. And he says that plastic waste will be heavier than the entire weight of the ocean fish population by 2050. Why doesn't this particular thing elicit anything more than wry smiles about a clever turn of phrase? Why doesn't it impact, and what should we do to make it so? So those are the questions, and I'll turn them in reverse order now and request Swati, but you need to be succinct because we are cutting into time now. Thank you.
Yes, I'll just say that, at a time, I think the fact that you're asking how relevant is marine scientific research, I think I will take the example of climate change research itself. Climate change research, the research on, the emissions, the Anthropocene activity has been the bedrock of how your UNFCCC principles, your Kyoto Agreement, and your Paris Agreement have all come into place. This has been the basis for all countries to come together and to agree to do something at their national level, sub-national levels, and even at the international level commitments that they have all made. I think that itself is an evidence of why scientific research is so important. I think in terms of marine scientific research, I think as much as R&D, as much as scientific research in ocean sciences is actually, hailed forward, it would really help to address the larger and very interesting intrinsic issues that are there in the blue economy aspects as well. And I think for me, I see it is as science, especially and skill development and capacity building for sciences as a very, very key necessary aspect to even help sectors which may be considered very traditional, like fishing and fishery communities. So I think it needs to be both about taking into context fishing communities who may not have the education per se, but have the experience, but also taking the science into perspective to to examine things and to bring together better solutions. So that would be my answer.
That's very good. Thank you so much. As usual, sharp and to the point and perfectly comprehensive at the same time. So let me go to our let me go to Abhijit, who holds up the middle order, whichever way we go. So Abhijit, would you like to say a few things about?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think it's a very interesting question, sir. And I also thought that the answer to that question was in the question itself. But, I mean, I would just say this, that in my understanding, there is a school of thought, and which is quite popular, which is that, and we call it the sort of capitalist school of thought, that if we allow the people on the top that can, one, that have the money, that have understanding of science, etc., to somehow leverage public spaces in ways that can generate a private profit, that will then in some ways be plowed back into the sector. And these people, because of some sort of ethical calling, or call it corporate responsibility, will somehow feel obliged to do to invest in that sector, and then the people at the bottom, which is fishing communities, etc., they will also prosper from it. This is really called the trickle down effect. That let the rich make money, and then they will make sure that the economy grows. But there's a lot of people on the other side of the divide that don't actually think this model works. So if you look at the CRZ in the coastal sort of or the CZR, the coastal zone regulations, which have now been in a sense been watered down, and you said that this is the hubris of Delhi, that it does not include the fishing communities in these discussions. Because again, there is no mistaking the fact that a lot of these regulations are coming in because this is a way of bringing the private sector into public spaces. The private sector can come in, do what they have to, generate a profit, and then they will again, in some ways, plow back that money into the system. What I simply have to say that the private sector has never been known to do that. The only way that they will do this, if you have regulatory clarity about the fact that they are utilizing public spaces, and they've got to, pay a royalty for doing that. So, for instance, in Europe also, and we did talk to some people from Europe as we were doing these studies. There is this whole concept that you need to pay a royalty for spaces that belong to the people, that are global property, or rather, that are public property. And that money is dedicatedly then brought back into the sector, and that is how conservation happens. Second, and most importantly, I come back to the point that I was making in the beginning. There has to be a way in which you can generate the revenue for conservation. Conservation does not happen for free. Conservation is, as I said, it's really not something on which we can depend on the benevolence and altruism of rich people like Bill Gates, etc., some foundations coming in, putting in some money. You actually need to have a model to generate that. And there, I think, again, the models that we follow, I think, are simply outdated. We've got to learn from other countries, other communities that have really formally come up with ways in which that revenue can be generated. And finally, a point on definitions, because this is something that has come up again and again. And I completely agree with Swati that we've got to simply look for ways in which we can move ahead in the sectors where we can make progress, because otherwise there'll simply be a stalemate. But having said that, let me just say that the reason why having clarity on definitions is so important is because ultimately regulation depends on that nitty-gritty of how you understand an issue or how you understand a domain. And because we're getting funding from cross-regional sources, it's not like our funding is simply going to come from Indian sources. If we want European money or we need Japanese money, they have to understand our regulation. They have to agree with our definition of whatever, of the commons or whatever, for them to be satisfied that that money is being used in legally and in ways that will benefit the masses at large. And so I think that ultimately we will need clarity and we will need coordination on a lot of these issues with the international community. But that's just how it is. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Abhijit. I'm going to come back to you in a minute. But let me ask Saurabh if you would like to share your own views with us. Thank you. You're muted, Saurabh.
So I think I'll link this question. I mean, there's a bigger problem that I tried to sort of talk about in my presentation also, that India's response, India's at least at the policy making level, India's understanding of what the threat of climate change is trapped in time. It's like we are carrying on the same tools that we were playing with back in 1980s. We think that we can still continue to do that in 2020. So that is the first problem. Now, to the question, particularly to the question of this runoff and how this industry itself creates so much pollution. Now, take the example of the fisheries industry itself. Take the example of aquaculture. Now, aquaculture is been for a long time has been deemed as this alternative to unsustainable fishing techniques, and it's a scalable source of protein. So it's an amazing sort of alternative to what we have. But one look at the industry when you go further into details and you see how many different ways it creates pollution. So like I said, the problem in India right now is that climate change is a complex thread. It's not a single problem. It's a linkages of problem. And as I think the other two speakers have also talked about, that there are multiple ministries, multiple stakeholders involved, and none of them are talking to each other. So take the case of the aquaculture alone. Now, within the aquaculture sort of industry, there is something called a fish meal and fish oil industry. Now, it's basically the trash fish that comes in with the fish that goes into the market. Now, this fish is used very much within as a source of fodder in the aquaculture industry. But the problem was because there was money coming into the aquaculture and it was always deemed as an alternative. The demand grew in such leaps and bounds that today what is happening is that even the fish that is deemed for food and protein is being pushed as fodder into the aquaculture industry. So what we are seeing right now is that India really doesn't know what to do right now with on two fronts. It does not know how to deal with either on the demand side or on the supply side. So when you go ahead and you say, well, we will grow more on certain things, let's say on certain agricultural in certain agricultural sectors, there is no demand, there's no market for it, so it's rotting in your warehouses. Whereas when you go in, there are certain other sectors like the fisheries, which has grown significantly and is a major part of the GDP. The demand is growing in the international market, so you're further going into and exploiting your resources more and more. So the issue really comes down to can we find a common ground and can we find a regulation? Now, on the question of regulation, I think I agree with the other two speakers about, and I think this issue of taxing, I think this is where blue economy becomes critical. I think taxing is a complicated issue, especially carbon taxing becomes an extremely complicated issue for a country like India, because one, if we are going to start implementing carbon taxing, that means a lot of other countries will start doing that as well. And then it becomes a sort of a problem at the top policy level, because we have so far been opposing carbon taxing, especially from the rich and the developed countries on us. So, but on the other side, there is also a problem of take the case of carbon taxing that was done in, I think, one of the Nordic countries, I'm forgetting the name, but what they did was they put carbon taxes on the oil industry. And over the next 40, I think, months or something, they did a study of it. And what they figured out was that there was no impact on the final carbon emissions of that industry. And the reason for that was that the demand for that product is so high that you can actually, you can go on taxing them. It will not matter. They will just push that price onto the final consumer, which is us. So the problem with taxing is precisely there. And so the blue economy is therefore very critical because it provides an alternative. So once you have an alternative to oil, then you can tax these industries and say, well, if you don't do something, then there's an alternative available to the people. So really the question is finding that alternative. And that's really where blue economy needs to concentrate.
Okay, thank you. I think that correctly addresses the issue by raising it away from just the agricultural runoff of fertilizer and pesticides to seeing that in many cases, there's a famous saying. It says that there are no real solutions. There are only problems in disguise. And as soon as you accept that solution, it drops its disguise and reveals itself as a new problem. And then there's another thing which says that the problem with problem solving is that when the problem goes away, the solvers don't. And both these things are only half said in jest. I would like to ask our esteemed panelists for another area. This is, after all, the NMF's effort to bring the security issues into the center of this discussion on just sustainability or environment or ecological balance and its economic counterpart. Apart from the example that I gave you, I was very taken by something that appeared in Saurabh's presentation, where he said that, we're now looking at the return of geopolitics. And when we look at the return of geopolitics, we find that this is actually quite true, that we in India, where we could blissfully ignore the maritime spaces thus far in terms of its traditional threats, and we thought and we think, to my horror, that we can actually copy Southeast Asia and look only at non-traditional threats because we don't have any traditional ones, as they seemed to think that they didn't, and they're in for a rude shock, as you can see with the rise of China. But for India, we live in a tough neighborhood. We have many good neighbors and we have one or two really bad hoods. So the Indian Navy, the Indian Coast Guard, cannot take its eye off the traditional threat syndrome and must therefore deal with that while addressing non-traditional human challenges. And the only way that we can do this correctly is this, that if we look at, say, for example, if we look at the threat posed by China and we try to counter that, then I think that it would be imprudent for us to try and face the enemy when the enemy is at the gates. Assuming, of course, I use the word enemy loosely and in the context of the film Enemy at the Gates. But the correct way to do it is, I think at least, that the Navy, the armed forces, should actually help in stitching the region together, in knitting the region together in such a way that there are no cracks, there are no fissures, there are no gaps, there are no infirmities, and that the region's infirmities are addressed by the region. Then it will be difficult, if not impossible, for another power to muscle in and offer solutions that are not being offered by the region itself. The best construct in which this can be done, and something that the Ministry of External Affairs must start to acknowledge, is the value of the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium. Because at the end of the day, when all the academics have provided academic inputs and all the policy wonks have provided the policy inputs, somebody has to eventually do the doing. So we can keep saying that, fish is really important, it's part of the food security, but someone has to go and fish. And that someone who's going out to fish has to actually go in a boat and fish in bad weather, in good weather, in clement weather, in inclement weather. Someone has to do the doing. Where we come to the security and safety aspects of the blue economy, on which much of the economic activity depends, then someone has to do that doing. And the doers of that doing are the navies and the maritime security forces of the nations involved. Hence, those structures that will support those navies to act in consonance, in supplementation of one another's efforts, need to be not ignored. It is mind-boggling that we have not yet given centrality in the statements being made by our senior-most members and representatives of our foreign policy. You can't hide away from this. If 5 countries can do something together, it is better than if 4 countries. And if 4 countries can do something better, it is better than 2 countries. And certainly, it is better than 1 country trying to be unilateral. So I think that the way that we should do this is to do this humanitarian assistance, to build the disaster relief, but that happens after the disaster is struck. We need to do things that will prevent the disaster in the first place, just like many navies, all without exception, tend to function so as to prevent conflict, not so as to only win conflict, force conflict, which they can then win. No. Militaries are designed to prevent conflict. If that conflict word is extended to threat, then militaries are designed to counter common threats through common solutions. And if we are fortunate enough in India, we beat ourselves a great deal in public, as everybody here knows. Quite often we deservedly beat ourselves, but not always. Sometimes we get things right. And we can't be such bad communicators that not only can we not communicate well when the news is bad, we can't even communicate when the news is good. So therefore, when we have structures in place, such as the Indian Ocean Naval Symposium, our people, our conservationists, our economists, our government, our policymakers must all be bending over to see how can we make this work. And that is really quite an important aspect that I did want to highlight. And that brings us, as I said, business of if there is a return of geopolitics, how should we tackle it? And the way we should tackle it is to knit our region together. If we can put that in good frame, then automatically many of the unhappy parts are taken care of. Harmonizing approach is therefore what Abhijit said, and I entirely agree. I also want to tell you that if you think my question has been answered, my one question that which platform, what mechanism should we use, then you are mistaken. During that EAC set of discussions with the Prime Minister, EAC to the Prime Minister's meetings on the blue economy, I was very much present for all of those. I have heard some very senior people being asked by some not so senior but sincere people, hey, blue economy, what is all this about here? And he said, yeah, nowadays it is the fashion of the word. So you do whatever you were doing earlier, but now you call it blue. This degree of skepticism indicates ignorance. And this ignorance is something that you and I and all the people here in this online workshop and all the people who have attended 3 earlier online workshops, whether we call them online workshops or you like Diginars or you like webinars, it doesn't matter. All of us, we must be able to find some, of course this is necessary, but what else? What else should we do? And that answer may not come after this workshop. It may not come after the next one. It may not even come until we reach the final one, but it must come. We must have some takeaway plan. And Swati and her organization's brilliance must get supplemented and must supplement each of us so that we can have a small power group, an evangelics group, which actually identifies and doesn't only talk to ourselves, but talks to other people. How should we get them? It's a question that I leave you with. We are now we still have about 7 or 8 minutes to go for the end of the session, but we are crowding into lunch, and I rather doubt that any of us will be terribly offended if I was to bring the session to a close, allowing people to have lunch. But let it not be said that I didn't give you an opportunity till the end to answer my most awkward question and any other point that you wish to make. So let me give you 2 minutes for any sum up that you might have on anything that anybody has said, including me. Everything, it's now open season, and you have the guns and the occasion and the opportunity. So, Abhijit.
Sure, thank you, sir. So I'm very happy for you to give me this opportunity to sort of be the first speaker in this round. Sir, I actually have two comments. One is to Saurabh's excellent observation about the carbon taxation. And Saurabh, my understanding is that this is again came out in the number of conversations I had with some of the people that were part of those systems where there was carbon taxation. That a lot of these systems acknowledge that when carbon taxation happens, it's not as if you're going to somehow discourage that industry from doing what they're doing. They will simply continue to do what they are, and if there is a market for that product, it will sell in the market. The understanding is that when you tax people, and this comes back to the BE debate, because in blue economy, you need to have a similar model for what people are doing at sea in terms of exploiting the resources of the sea, is that when you tax them, that money that you get from that can be used to work on superior technology, that can be used for marine governance. There's so much that you can do with that money. So the thing is that this is not about getting people to be more ethical in the way they are, their use of fuel or the kind of activities that they involve themselves in. This is simply to generate funds and cash. And at the end of the day, our economies are centered around finance. If you don't generate the finance, there's simply no way you're going to be able to do that. So whilst I agree with you completely that bad activity or other unethical activity continues to happen despite taxation, the fact is taxation needs to happen, because that will then give you the elbow room, the leverage that you need to move ahead with these issues. Sir, you could have said this better about geopolitics and human security and physical security. But I need to bring this out. So there are really two schools of thought on this particular matter. One is that geopolitics and politics at large is a way of life. We simply have to come to the fact that any activity anywhere will have linkages with politics. And so is the case of human security. This human security is important in terms of physical human security, not just livelihoods. So, we should be discussing these matters at the IONS. We should be discussing these matters in cases like the IORA. The Navy should be projecting what it is doing. And that's just simply the way to go. But the other school of thought, and this is, again, and they do have a compelling argument to make. This is the, you call them the evangelists, I call them conservationists, environmentalists. And the problem with us is that we tend to securitize every debate. We try and geopoliticize every debate. In blue economy, we have at this moment nothing really to show to our people, to the world. When we try and leverage this for political gains, when we try and do it for diplomacy, we are actually doing a great disservice, because we are detracting from the real debates that we should be having with regard to PE. And that is what I just mentioned, the fact that we have no regulation, the fact that we're trying to convert a regime of the commons into a regime of global property, and the fact that, poor coastal communities, with a lot of what we are doing, are going to be completely devastated if we go down this path. And it is happening in countries like Indonesia, I pointed out. It was happening in countries like Seychelles and Maldives until they made a course correction. So their thinking on this is that let's just go slow on the politics of this all. Let's try and resolve the dilemmas that blue economy has posed. And again, I have no brief for either side. I just think that, as a security expert, I value the security narrative, but I also think that that what the conservationists and what the environmentalists are saying about poor people, their livelihoods, their ability to earn their bread is of equal importance. And this is where I'll rest my case.
Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree. So now 1.5 minutes each to Saurabh and Swati. Saurabh.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I think my final comments, just to, carry on the debate on the one point, I absolutely agree with you. I absolutely think that like I said, that India needs to really come out, really needs to generate finance to deal with its climate problem. That is for sure, because we have been dependent and we continue to depend on external funding for a very long time. And it's definitely something that we need. But we have to come up with alternatives. And on that front, I completely agree with you that this is something that can be looked into. Where I have my doubts would be that will our politicians or political policymakers have the gumption to actually go ahead and tax? Because that's a whole debate. That's a debate for another day, actually, I guess. But I think the final point I would make is that India sustainability is something that needs to be now looked not through, as the other two speakers have also talked about, merely through an ideological lens. It's not something that is. It cannot just be seen as an environmental problem anymore. It's not. It's an existential problem for a lot of states, and it's something that, like I said, the geopolitics will play a part in. So how we frame sustainability and how we frame blue economy, we can debate the details of it and which sector can work out and whatnot. But I think if it really truly has to translate on the ground into actual action, the first real step is that how do we conceive what sustainability, at what level of threat do we assign to the question of sustainability? Right now in India, it doesn't seem to be fairly high, but for somebody sitting in Maldives, it's very high. So those are the kind of balances that I think states in the Indian Ocean region particularly have to make and see where on the level of that on that ladder to place sustainability.
Thank you very much, Swati.
So, sir, to start it off, sir, you talked about how we need to go beyond this circle and talk to people. So let me say this: when I started off in this area, I come from an international relations background who entered into an energy and environment organization. I was called crazy at that point of time when I did join. I was told, what is it going to do? Because when I used to go to people in the IR field and talk to people in the security apparatus, they used to think, oh, what is this going to be of use of? And when I used to talk about the same thing to my own people in energy environment, they thought, why would security be of any concern? I am actually happy that today we are at a place where people are accepting the fact that all of these things are interlinked. So I would say that a lot of my job has been, some of my struggles in my life has been successful in trying to be both there at, joint warfare sessions, as well as being in climate change conferences, to trying to put up my hand to ask a question which is much more environmental, climate change, or let's say human security and resource security. So it's pretty heartening. My only thing is I'm actually a pragmat, but when it comes to these things, I do say that, it's about hammering in the ideas. I think it's about having more dialogue. It's about, having convincing evidence, empirical evidence, gathering the right data, gathering the right information, and putting it in front of policymakers, in front of academicians, researchers, security apparatus, everybody, and trying to ensure that, yes, this is what is happening and it needs to be noted. And I think it is very, very evident in other discourses, including climate change, that evidence and empirical evidence and data and information really is something that really can pin down issues, can make people work and implement things when there is a need be. I think that's one. The second thing is, I'm not sure how many people are following the EU carbon tax discussions which have been happening since 2019, Green Deal being put up, because there is this proposition of having a CBAM under this. I think I will actually take the note from what Saurabh left at about how putting in a tax hasn't really worked out, hasn't brought in anything great. This has actually been quoted by a sector There is an association called Airlines for Europe, which has a conglomeration of a lot of airline associations in Europe who have been a part of the ETS scheme in EU. And in their last press release in 2019, they highlighted that we have paid hundreds of billions of dollars in payments in national taxes, government taxes under carbon tax. And yet we haven't, and they said that, if we had a certain type of policies where we had to actually use some part of our investments or some part of our profits to actually use clean energy, technologies, or to adopt certain kind of clean energy measures, we might have as well been on the road to going, more low carbon. But that hasn't happened because we have just done payout of taxes, but nothing has come back to us in terms of clean energy. And we are going to pay more because most of Europe has now signed the CORSIA agreement under the UN Aviation Scheme, which also asks for emissions. So it's very interesting to see that, there is a lot of people who discuss carbon tax, but I think one needs to clarify that you can collect something, but then it needs to have where it is going to be used needs to be determined beforehand. And I think even if you want to do something similar in blue economy, and I would also mention that we have, chapters on financing and as well as on accounting for blue economy, which Saurav did mention, wherein some of our authors who are actually taking part in a book that we are planning, all of us, is looking at those issues. It's very interesting to know that, there are methods and ways you can make things happen and you can push people to go for it. Blue bonds are one way of making sustainable business practices, making it more profitable. Blue flag certification is ways that you have been able to push conservation. So many communities have taken the onus on their own to clean up the beaches so that they can get more, tourism. They can get better livelihoods. So I think we need to really consider the bottom line is that one needs to put up a target in front. We need to have the steps in place and we need to start talking about it on a regular basis and with a lot of data, work for data, bring out evidences, bring out cases, bring out best practices, push it in, because that's what, you make case studies. Your compendium of case studies is what makes other people invest. That's what makes other people look or even determine or reframe policies. And I think until unless you show evidence, people don't really, work. That happens even with God, right? I mean, you need miracles to happen for people to believe in God as well. The faith doesn't come through. So evidence is very important. So let's work for that evidence.
Thank you very much. And with that, absolutely brilliant summation, Swati. Thank you very much once again. I wanted to publicly acknowledge the excellence of our panelists, and wherever you are, in whatever fashion you can, I would request you to put your hands together in applause, not just for the brilliance of their statements, but also for their ability to put them so succinctly and concisely and yet comprehensively, sticking with the time. And if there's been any overrun by a couple of minutes, that is mea culpa. So with that, I will hand over back to Satyam to wind up the session in formal fashion and look forward to the next one. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Admiral Chauhan and Ms. Ganeshan, Commander Singh, Mr. Thakur, for putting together such a wonderful first professional session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your participation so far. As we come to the end of the first professional session, we will take a break for our nourishment and other needs and reassemble here at 14:15 hours or 2:15 Indian Standard Time. And on the other side, we have another important and interesting session to sort of cover the synergy of the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative and the SAGAR vision, which, by the way, are the two important governance initiative in India. Now, within the ambit of India's blue economy. So to take on the theme, we'll have another set of esteemed and eminent panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, while we head for the break, you may leave your accounts connected here while putting it on mute or switch off or just put it off. Or you may just re-log in during the time when we have to be here. So I would request you all to be here at least 5 minutes prior to the commencement time so that we are fully ready for the commencement at the scheduled time. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I'll see you after lunch. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have been a part of the entire run now, you'll understand that I'm tremendously proud of what we have achieved during these 4 Diginars. This year, and everybody I think would agree, has proven challenging for all of us, from India to Germany to France. And when we started this series, we were all relatively new to this digital format. And now, well, it has become our new normal. We're all more or less digital natives now. So allow me to talk to you for a bit on what this digital revolution means for our debate today on India's pathway to sustainable, secure, and resilient economy, and what challenges and opportunities we, from a German perspective, see for the subcontinent in the future. For years now, we have been talking about the impending digital revolution, the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution. We thought that it had already arrived during the preceding decade with the advent of social media, but it's really the COVID-19 pandemic that acted as a powerful catalyst for the altered industrial and social behavior now. It is no longer just the logic of the market that dictates technological progress in order to streamline production processes, services, and international trade. The pandemic has forced us to embrace new pathways because the old pathways have become impossible to stroll in our new environment. As the pandemic is unfortunately still claiming lives around the world, it is also difficult to say what our world will look like post-pandemic with regard to our societies, international relations, and the world economy. India now holds the dubious distinction of the harshest lockdown on earth. Germany, which long resisted the hard lockdown, followed suit this Wednesday. So I'm currently under lockdown for until at least mid-January. How can traditional value chains continue when all work is, or at least has become confined to our own homes? The pandemic has basically returned us to the 17th century before the age of manufacturing and factories, when world economies were still centered on what we produced at home. But this is a fallacy. In fact, we are much more interconnected now, without any physical attendance required, than we have been at any point in human history. The other major shift that currently impacts the world economy concerns global politics, with the US and its partners in the Quad on a quest to contain the People's Republic of China and the rest of the Western world increasingly also falling in line. The mantle of the workshop of the world might well be taken up by someone else. India has the unique opportunity to be that someone. Under the slogan Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Indian government has shown that it is willing to go the extra mile to attract supply chains. Samsung, for example, has recently decided to relocate its supply chain from China to India. What is probably clear to everybody here, but it's nonetheless important to reiterate, is that self-reliance is not the same as self-sufficiency. This is neither easily attainable nor desirable. I think India has willing partners up and down the globe, especially us in Europe, and does not need to look inwards. What is needed is a robust and rules-based approach to international cooperation, especially in times of need. And we all need to change our outlook, and we all have an opportunity to prosper, much more easily so when we strive to do it together. But international opportunities cannot be translated into national policies straight away. As the farmers' protests have shown, this is a development that Indians need to take into account. Wholesale reform and change of the economic model is vital for long-term prosperity and even survival, but it needs to be done in a way and at a pace that is palatable to the societal sectors concerned. And communication, as usually, plays a huge role there. All politics is restricted in that sense, and it can undoubtedly be frustrating for reformers to curb necessary changes. In Germany, with our similar federal structure, we are used to these kinds of arguments and have experienced similar exasperation just recently when the necessary consensus had not been reached earlier. Recently, when the necessary decision, I'm talking of the imposing a strict lockdown, it took longer than was perhaps necessary because consensus did take long time. There is undoubtedly a price tag to this, and especially when it comes to the hard decisions like decreeing a lockdown, which threatens both lives and livelihoods. It's sometimes hard to stomach delays. But at the end of the day, a slow but due process and overall consensus has always helped to reduce the risks of anger and disaffection, as well as a loss of political goodwill. Let me conclude. We've been able to talk and to look at the blue economy from all sorts of different angles over the past sessions, and I believe that the picture that we have been able to paint over the past few months allows us today to assess the opportunities and challenges that emanate from India's coasts in new light. What we are debating today is perhaps the least theoretical and most tangible aspect of it all. How can India not only survive the pandemic, but become stronger in its aftermath? There are currently two major developments that India needs to take note of when it comes to building a strong post-COVID-19 economy. The first is the increasing international isolation of China that opens a window to Asia, to Asia's so far second economic powerhouse, to change its economic outlook and its relation with the rest of the world. And the second is the wider industrial revolution playing out at the moment. Both present a sink or swim decision for India, as well as all economies and the unavoidable task to change quickly as possible, but as painless as necessary. As we're all facing similar challenges around the globe, I cannot in good confidence claim that our German middle-of-the-road approach is the best there, but it's probably the most easily sustainable. With that said, I conclude my remarks, and I'm now looking forward to our second session today and the thoughts and the ideas that are bound to emerge from this August set of intellects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rimele, for your word of guidance. It's an honor to hear you, and you've set the tone perfectly for the second session. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we head straight into the second professional session, which once again is based on the theme expanding the ambit of Indian blue economy to further the vision of SAGAR and Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, challenges and opportunities. For this session, we have Commander Dr. Kapil Narula, who is an honorary adjunct fellow at the National Maritime Foundation, as the moderator of the session. We have Ms. Anidrisha Hazarika as the first panelist. She is an associate fellow at the National Maritime Foundation. We have Dr. Prabir Dey, who is a professor at ASEAN India Center at RIS, and also an honorary adjunct fellow at the National Maritime Foundation as the next panelist. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with a bit of dismay that I have to express that we could not have the third panelist because of unforeseen circumstances. So we will go ahead with this session with two of the panelists. So without any further ado, Commander Dr. Narula, I yield the floor to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Satyam. Let me share my screen, and if you can confirm that
it's loading, sir. Yes, we can see your screen, sir.
Okay. So very good afternoon to one and all, and a warm welcome to all participants in this fourth Diginar on deconstructing blue economy in the Indo-Pacific, and on this specific session on expanding the ambit of Indian blue economy to further the vision of SAGAR and Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative. Thank you, Mr. Peter, for your remarks, and I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting me to moderate this session. And as I said, in session 2 of this webinar, we will be discussing the specific issue of the accompanying challenges and in expanding the ambit of Indian blue economy. I'm joined by 2 esteemed speakers, Dr. Prabir Dey and Ms. Andrisha Hazarika, who have already been introduced. And in order to steer this session, I will start with a brief presentation. The idea here is to provide a background and contextualization to the topic. I will endeavor to create a common platform and to set the stage for the panelists who will then dwell upon the core questions of challenges and opportunities. Following my talk for about 10 to 15 minutes, I will first invite Dr. Prabir Dey, followed by Ms. Hazarika to present the views. I would also encourage the audience to share their questions in the chat box and will request the organizers to provide backup support in collecting the questions. After both the presentations, we'll have a combined question and answer session where, if feasible, participants will be invited to ask their questions directly for about 20 minutes. Thereafter, I'll invite the panelists to sum up their views, following which I'll present my own summary of the session. So having set the stage, let me start my presentation. And I'll start with this visual of our blue planet. This, of course, you as maritime professional would realize that is one snapshot taken from the perspective of keeping the Pacific Ocean in the centrality. Another snapshot is this, which keeps, again, the Southern Ocean and the Pacific Ocean and the South Pole in perspective. These 2 pictures are sufficient to change our perspective on thinking about oceans as common maritime spaces and to see Earth as primarily an ocean and having a small part of it as land. In order to set the stage, as I said, I'll try and put some pieces together and how the issues have developed over time. We know that the concept of SAGAR was first introduced on 12th March 2015 by Prime Minister Modi when he made his speech on commissioning of Coast Guard's ship Barracuda in Mauritius. And there, and I quote, he said that our vision for the Indian Ocean region is rooted in advancing cooperation in our region and to use our capabilities for the benefit of all in our common maritime home. Thereafter, some references were made by the former External Affairs Minister, Mrs. Sushma Swaraj, in the second and third Indian Ocean conferences. However, we also need to note that there is no official document outlining the vision of the government, and yet numerous initiatives are attributed to it. I mean, in some way, this goes with the philosophy of the government of India to keep things, to not write down things and to keep them, because it's a dynamic space and this can develop as things go. But it's very different from the European approach. And the first aspect of a vision document is that it should be written so that, there are no different interpretations on that. Having said that, we can divide the SAGAR approach into different themes of maritime security, capacity building, collective action, sustainable development, maritime engagement, and regional connectivity. Thereafter, let's look at what has happened in IORA and what are their approaches to the blue economy. So in October 2014, the 14th IORA Ministerial Conference held in Australia, it was decided to set up a blue economy, or the focus started on blue economy. This was followed by the first IORA Ministerial Blue Economy Conference in September in Mauritius, followed by the second one in Indonesia in 2017, where a decision was taken to set up a blue economy working group. This was followed by the third IORA Ministerial Blue Economy Conference by Bangladesh in 2019. And the first meeting of the working group, Blue Economy Working Group, was held in December 2019, exactly a year ago in Mauritius. So IORA per se has embraced the concept of blue economy, and we see that in action, and a lot of traction the blue economy is gaining a lot of traction in that context. Let's see what has happened across India-ASEAN partnership. And the salience of Indo-Pacific in the global discourse and strengthening partnership between India and ASEAN is clearly evident. And PM Narendra Modi in the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore in June 2018 stated, and I quote, "The 10 countries of Southeast Asia connect the two great oceans in both the geographical and civilizational sense. Inclusiveness, openness, and ASEAN centrality and unity, therefore, lie at the heart of the new Indo-Pacific." And that somehow sounds very logical, because if we look at Indian Ocean and Pacific Ocean, the convergence point is the Southeast Asia, and ASEAN therefore gains natural dominance and centrality in this concept. And what's happening with ASEAN and blue economy is that, again, it has started picking up in 2017 with the first ASEAN-India workshop on the blue economy held at Vietnam, followed by the second one at New Delhi, and the third ASEAN-India workshop on blue economy at Bangkok in 2019. Last year, the PM launched the Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative at the 14th EAS in November 2019 at Bangkok. And at this East Asia Summit, which was attended by the PM himself, he stated that partnerships among interested states to create a prosperous and a sustainable Indo-Pacific region, the focus being on partnerships. There, 7 pillars were identified: maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building, disaster relief and management, science, technology, academic cooperation, trade, connectivity, maritime transport, and of course, the focus was, like always, on maritime security. Following which, India, Australia, and Indonesia in the 4th East Asia Conference on Maritime Security Conference, or Maritime Security Cooperation, enacted this pillar of maritime security in February 2020 at Chennai, where the NMF and RIS were knowledge partners of the event. So this initiative is rather new, has been in place for about 1 year, but is again a form of instrumentalization of the vision of SAGAR, if you may call it. And let's see what's currently the India's position and its approach. And I will quote from Shri Yedla Umashankar, the first Secretary and Legal Advisor to India's permanent mission to the UN at the United Nations General Assembly. And he quoted in Oceans and Law of the Sea Conference on 8th December, very recently, earlier this month at New York. And I quote, "India's concept of the Indo-Pacific is inclusive in nature and supports an approach that respects the right to freedom of navigation and overflight for all in the international seas." And this is a continuation and repetition of India's stance and position. He also said that India's Indo-Pacific vision is premised upon the principle of ASEAN centrality. India's approach is based on cooperation and collaboration, given the need for shared responses to shared challenges in the region. Again, reinforces India's commitment and India's approaches. He also said that we must work towards innovative technologies for offshore renewable energy, aquaculture, deep seabed mining, and marine biotechnology, which provides a new source of jobs. The need for greening the ocean economy is also gaining importance. Here, he talks about the blue economy, but does not refer to the term blue economy. And that was a bit surprising, because if India has SAGAR, a vision of SAGAR, and is enforcing on the perspective of blue economy and is trying to collaborate on blue economy, then this stands out in some form. And lastly, he says, and I quote, that India is strongly committed to protecting its coastal and marine environment and attaches special importance to prevent and significantly reduce marine debris and litter by 2025 through global action and collective efforts of all stakeholders. Moving a little further, and this was as on yesterday, our External Affairs Minister, Sri S. Jayashankar, at the CII Partnership Summit held yesterday at New Delhi, talks about Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative and says, and I quote, the IPOI is an inclusive and open initiative seeking to better manage, conserve, sustain, and secure the maritime domain. It does not envisage creating a new institutional framework and will rely on the ASEAN-led EAS framework, but the speech says that though not limited to it. He also says that while India will be the driving force behind all areas identified under IPOI, we are also exploring partnerships with like-minded countries. So the message here is clear that India wants to take a leadership role and wants to be in the driver's seat, but they can't do it all alone, and hence they're looking for like-minded countries and developing partnerships in that area. He announced that Australia has taken a lead on maritime ecology. Japan has taken a lead on leading the partnership on connectivity. And for India, he envisages a lead role in disaster relief and reduction and on maritime security, considering India's central position in the Indian Ocean region. And lastly, I would say that, and I quote, in this situation, we will be judged by what we can deliver on the ground and on the seas. If our footprint is increasing, our responsibilities are also growing. So as I see it, it's promise on paper, but action part is still is left, and that has to be implemented. So my key observations on these backgrounds are as follows. One, as has been identified in the couple of sessions earlier, holistic maritime security is a prerequisite. It has to be there, without which blue economy cannot prosper. Cooperation and collaboration in the Indo-Pacific is central to India's approach. Ocean-based activities are gaining attention, and the term blue economy is gaining traction. And the intent to protect marine environment is evident in India's approach. But on the negative side, I would also like to observe that blue economy is not yet mainstream, and even the use of the terminology is still desirable. I mean, it is desirable to have it mainstreaming in the use of the terminology. I think that's what I had to say to introduce the topic and to set a common stage, and to initiate the discussions and to provide some direction to the question of challenges and opportunities. I would like to invite the participants to follow maybe this format where some approaches for discussions are laid out. So one, of course, is the thematic or sectoral approach, which have been seeing maritime security, fisheries, marine litter, and so on. But there is also a possible approach on sub-regional or country-specific approach. And we have been interacting, we have been signing MOUs with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Maldives, Seychelles on blue economy. And is that a valid approach? Another approach could be an actor or a stakeholder-oriented approach. How are we engaging with business communities, with other maritime actors? And the last one could be a program-oriented approach. And these are various approaches which we can discuss. But without further ado, what I would like to invite our panelists, starting with Dr. Prabir Dave, followed by Ms. Hazarika, to share their opinion and the presentations on challenges and opportunities to expand India's blue economy. Thank you so much. Dr. Prabir Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint. I will just. Can I show my slides?
So now you can, sir.
Share. Can you see?
Yes, sir. We are good to go.
Thank you very much, Captain Narula, for the introduction, and National Maritime Foundation for the invitation, and all the speakers, panelists, and friends. What I'll do is 10 to 15 minutes presentation on the I Executive Director, and that my knowledge on economics is really limited, and I'm not an expert. So, I thought, let me give you what's discussed top. Everyone, by global access ministers, and he gave this. So that much of a very important countries joining to IPOI. I think let me share my view with the seventh pillar. The seventh pillar stands for trade, connectivity, and maritime transport. But I was told by the concerned division in the External Affairs Ministry, it is not trade connectivity. You have to add a comma. So it is trade, comma, connectivity, and maritime transport. So three things, and quickly, I will give my personal views, and these are no way the views of my organization. Even though RIS, ASEAN Center have been officially engaged as the knowledge partner for IPOI seventh pillar, which is trade, connectivity, and maritime transport. And we have recently submitted that knowledge partners report to the discussion. Let me show you the 7 pillars, and this has been discussed already. The seventh one is the trade, connectivity, and maritime transport. And I will, I think, yesterday's speech by External Affairs Minister and Foreign Secretary's speech, London, last month, and many others. I think the 5 dimensions in the 7th, cross pillars they have. One is the economic, connectivity aspect, security, socio-cultural, and environmental. And here I will touch upon only the economic aspect and the connectivity. Let's see, when I talk about the economic, means there are many things, and you cannot just simply talk all of them, and in this limited time. Neither the Indo-Pacific is anything which is going to be, my personal view again, is going to be another regional club. It's kind of an open region. There are many countries with many backgrounds, there are income differences. So with such wide, very vast geography from America to Africa, it is difficult to make it in regional blocks. That's what the External Affairs Minister, he said yesterday. I also personally think that this Indo-Pacific would be an open region, like we have already in very rich experience Asia-Pacific, and then this would certainly going to strengthen the multilateral process. And why such and I think what's that without an economics, this Indo-Pacific sounds to be a bit hollow, right? What will you do just only talking security and environment? Okay, environment give you some projects, some exchange of scholars, this, that, some innovation, but without an economics, you won't be able to try for a long time. So I think that very naturally, I found this interregional trade in the Indo-Pacific is quite, healthy. And there are many regional. So in short, this slide tells you that the interregional trade is very healthy, 64%. It might have gone up before COVID. And there is already very rich experience in handling the trade issues, either bilaterally or at a WTO level. And this has come out for over time. But see, what we could not do at a WTO or any other blocks, countries, they don't feel excited going into, kind of a serious binding commitments. And the binding commitments is very important because without which, very difficult to drive any kind of a regional arrangements. So, and be it is a multilateral as well. So I think what we could not do yet at the WTO that could be taken up in Indo-Pacific, again on a best endeavor, that is on relatively we didn't do much on which is the non-tariff related issues, and these are purely both developing country and developed country. And this is a very long, debated, very, serious issues at both at the WTO and regional level. So we could not do much. So this might be taken up, in Indo-Pacific. This would be on India's benefit. This could be a benefit to LDCs, least developed countries, and other developing world. So this is where, I think there are some low-hanging fruits which can be taken up in Indo-Pacific, going beyond what we have the arrangements already. Second point, the scale. More you expand the region geographically, the economics tell you that it is easy to produce in one region goods, both in services, and sell it to another region because your scale economy dictates. So this is where in Indo-Pacific, the SADC region, this is so wide. You have one countries, another is the producing countries. And this, north-south arrangements or here south-south arrangements, provided, we drive it on issue-based, on common interest, common challenges, that may give, kind of a benefit. And remind you that in the trade part, there are many countries that depend very much on Indo-Pacific, very much. So and countries like Laupedia, which is a very small contribution in the global trade, 0.0000, etc., etc., or maybe in Iran, which is yet to be part of a very full-fledgedly in the global trade scenario. But in between Laos and Iran, you see that there are many countries, they would be very highly benefited, including developing part in the Latin America or in Africa and India on Indo-Pacific, if we take up a trade on economics, in this serious level. Now, what about the India? India depends as almost about 60% of the global trade in the Indo-Pacific countries. I don't need to tell you why it is so important for India. 60% depend. What we could not achieve in elsewhere, this is where, if we put together the countries and liberalize on the facilitation aspects, then it could be very much helpful. Now, if you bring here the Atmanirbhar Bharat or any other arrangements, I think there could be a kind of a win-win. So if we look at new technology, if we look at new projects at under the new regime, then the Indo-Pacific also having some common interest for India. Some of the goods and services, there could be, expanded market, provided the countries they come together and look for some kind of a serious arrangements like harmonization of standards, mutual recognition of standards, those kind of things, which we could not have done ASEAN or elsewhere or anywhere, not in India's interest. So that is why, just like a tariff or at trade liberalizations, we have been telling an empty number of literature. It doesn't help much to LDCs and a large geographically dispersed country like India for an FTA. So that's what the India has lost, if I may use the word, for the last 1.5 decades. And temporary, again, it is my purely personal view. So to leapfrog again, maybe this is government of India might be thinking that Indo-Pacific, where you have many common challenges which you could not manage. This could somehow picking up our new goods and services. I tell you that trade is something which is a purely long-term scenario, So we have to wait and watch. What we can do on Indo, to start with, because when I say the long term, people in the Commerce Ministry and External Affairs Ministry or the embassy in our different countries, ambassadors and high commissioners and their, deputies, they won't accept this, my point, in the long term. They said, we don't need tell me what is there immediately. So I have identified a couple of things on India's interest, again, that these are the things the developing world has been facing, like sharing of information, interoperability of custom single window, dispute settlement arrangements, better quality paperless trade, training and capacity building, activation of tier system. So these are, we can do easily in the Indo-Pacific if we drive it, if we make it as properly. And another one, which is again India's interest, is that there are overlaps. There's I don't need to tell you what kind of a spaghetti ball or what kind of a test of the spaghetti ball, etc. But it's to give it fatigue. When there is a crisis, like COVID-19 or pandemic driven, and the capacity shortfall of the officials in the Commerce Ministry and External Affairs Ministry. I don't need to tell you because it is an open forum, and I don't want to talk about MEA and Ministry of Commerce, but in short, they, as we come across the time, the good quality, again, my personal view, good quality of diplomats, top to bottom, are not there, very simply. So given that there are multitasking, multiple, responsibilities, all these things, giving a fatigue to the officials and those who are matter to run all this kind of an FTA. So one hand, that you supply side, that you don't have officials to follow up, and the brilliant people there, of course, they are highly occupied, and at the same time, there is a demand side that if you are not there, then you are not in the game. So sort of a rationalization, I think, is required. And this is rationalization of FTAs and all through Indo-Pacific. I call them, as kind of, if you've been in Tokyo, you will find several metro lines moving around, all through the day. So you need to move, one station to another station. Now you have several, lines, I call them loosely, EAS line, RCEP line, Quad line, like the BIMSTEC line. So these are supply chain resilience line. These are the things that are available to us. And if you, embark a station through BIMSTEC, you can easily come down if you'd like to go to a station which is an EAS. Only thing that one country has to keep changing the track from blue to yellow to like that. So this is coming up, and this rationalization is good for capacity building, giving in more encouragement for young diplomats joining in the ministry, and giving them motivation to become a champion like Dr. Jayasekar in 30 years' time. Let me conclude by saying that what there for Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative 7th pillar, there are many connectivity. It is not we'll be just starting. There are many connectivity projects. We have been discussing in many forums. No point to repeat it yesterday. and many other forum XLFs, highway and extension, Kaladan, digital connectivity, all these are very much there. People can argue or disargue. These are there for so many years. What the progress? As I said that India's connectivity approach, unlike the BRI, is a very benign. That it is only the recipient country they welcome. So wherever you go with an physical connectivity and you need a consultation with the home recipient countries, it needs times because it's not a monolithic system. So I think that over time we have come across in setting up the 3 projects. These are the Kaladan multimodal transit projects. This is not a forum to talk about. There are still gaps, but 60 to 70% completed. The gap, 30% is very serious gap, and which is the road connectivity, and for which there are stories, literature indicate the third country they're creating trouble for India and Myanmar to complete Kaladan. Trilateral highway, this is very advanced stage. Just for your information, there were the court cases that has been resolved. Government has given an order to go ahead with the replacement of 69 bridges. Completion of the 122 kilometer is on schedule. May 2021, this will be ready. But as you know very much, that this road, the bridges, all will be replaced. What's required, kind of an traveling software. It's called a motor vehicle agreement, which it needs to be. It's the momentum to be, it should be there. That's what I think the External Affairs Ministry and other road transport ministries, they should do kind of a consultation. One is that extension of the Trilateral highway in the eastward. The study has been completed. This is again not a detailed engineering plan. It's a broad vision plan. With Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam participations. So when I have been working in few years back, these countries were not very much favored to Trilateral highway. And now these countries, Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, they are coming on board, telling Indian government that please extend your highways. That's a good sign. The study has been done recently. This is the one which I feel that very good for our Atmanirbhar Bharat or anything when we do connectivity in the neighborhood. Integrated checkpost, ICP, phenomenal progress. This is a template India has introduced to the world and very much to the African nations. Look at how India has reformed its border posts. Another forum we can talk about it. Also, Honorable Minister said yesterday that on the Sabang Island development between India, Indonesia, and bilateral. So this is where there are good progress. Andaman, Aceh connectivity under it, and I think NMF knows more than me about it. But from my point of view, the development of Sabang is very much there, and hopefully, once this pandemic-driven crisis goes away, then maybe both India and Indonesia, they sit down again and pick up the new projects, particularly for the construction of the jetties, tourism, education at Aceh province, particularly in the Sabang. And we had some discussions already. The western side, which is the Chabahar in the Iran, which is completed, is up and running, but then bring it to straightway to Afghanistan and Central Asia, which is a kind of an Indo-Pacific plus kind of an arrangements. But it is that Afghanistan coming to Chabahar and then to the Arab, Indian Ocean. Is that kind of a project we need to pick up. So this is where we I think that new responsibility for us, a renewed responsibility for our Indian Ocean initiatives for connectivity development, 7th pillar. The one next to is about there are many things I'm not going to discuss all. There are many other projects on connectivity. On the trade, I have discussed. The bottom line of the trade thing is that there are low-hanging fruits. Many things can be done on the trade issues. I have highlighted small, some immediate, short run and long run. There are, I have discussed about connectivity. There are completed projects, many new things can be picked up, and India, many other completed projects that what India the government has done on the maritime front. I have not presented because of lack of time. Like India, Japan jointly doing projects in somewhere in Colombo terminal, or there is an common interest in Africa, or common interest in Andaman, or in Andaman Aceh connectivity like that, which I'm not going to talk about right now. The moment. Coming to the maritime transport is largely government has a very limited role here. It's purely private sector. Where government comes, facilitation. And here, I found that UNCTAD recent issue, the latest, that World Maritime Transport Report 2020, it indicates that during the COVID time, it is least developed countries, developing countries, they faced huge amount of crisis in development of the port. And several other arrangements in the maritime transport. So, but there are some common challenges in the maritime transport, and for which I think, like the quality of port infrastructure, where Japan and India can talk each other. Development of the liner shipping networks. When you come to the Bay of Bengal, there is a cartel between India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka for the liner agencies. When you go to other side of the Indian Ocean, there is another cartel. So these are the cartels being allowed to grow because of the shipping lines and all. So when you talk about an inclusive world, and maybe there, I think discussion should be required, which we can do in Indo-Pacific arrangements under the guidance of IMO, perhaps. Quality of port infrastructure, operational efficiency and sustaining maritime performance, new technology, digitalizations, cutting carbon emission, etc. So there are many other areas in the maritime transport. And when you talk about disruption of supply chain and the new supply chain, under the supply chain resilience initiative, where Japan, India, and Australia and ASEAN might be joining, kind of an arrangement. So ocean cargo, ocean transportation, performance of the ports, productivity, efficiency of the ports, those will make added advantage for exporting country and an importing country. I remind you, when you go to a land port, a seaport, or airport, basically those are kind of stateless, because cost of an exporting country port will be added to cost to the importing country port. So the customs cooperation, maritime transport cooperation will be having a very generic impact on globally. Lastly, that if I may, sometimes when you go to government officials, they said, "Oh, doctor, there's so many pages, big report. Oh, very nice. Keep it here. Can you give me a laundry list of 10 projects there, so that it can help me, prepare an action plan or note to officers to take up." So this is here the 10 projects I have identified under 7th pillar on trade and connectivity, and these are I have identified which can join, where Vietnam can join, countries from Kenya also can join, island countries, Mauritius, even other, they can join. These are the common challenges in the developing world. This one is one which I want to tell particularly for discussion, that look at, if you divide the Indo-Pacific in two components, our external affairs minister rightly said, he's a thinker, and there is a legacy, So he said always, and I agree, that if you look at the eastern side, you have Bengal, BBI, BIMSTEC, etc. So institutions in the eastern part of Indo-Pacific are already there. We have already invested huge amount of our energy, etc. But western side, you have a SAGAR, already, Captain Narula spoken, and Director General of NMF, our favorite Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, his presentations talked about ions and SAGAR, but this is the western side, nothing much. So perhaps if you need to, pick up this Indo-Pacific on India's terms, then I think western side we need additional interest here, like the one we did for last 20 to 30 years since we introduced a lookist policy. We maybe now, look at for something like, for the ocean side. I conclude by 5 takeaways. One is, people are talking Indian foreign policy has nothing to do. Everywhere they go and they talk about Indo-Pacific. Some diplomats who have taken superannuation from foreign service, they said it is a fashion, Indo-Pacific. But I think I'm not a diplomat. I'm just simply an ordinary person who just who lives on this on this discourse, that I think that this journey thought out, and look is to act in Indo-Pacific. And Director General ICWA, present Director General, he has been written a couple of op-eds brilliantly. That this journey, there is in cultural aspects, there is in civilization aspects. Professor Baladas Ghoshal, Professor Ambassador Rajiv Bhatia, and others, they have devoted good amount of time in dispelling this point number one. So this is a journey is quite natural. So we need to guide it properly, so that this is anchored in a place, and give a benefits to all of us, all the member countries. Ocean being the prime anchor, so maritime cooperation makes the first move. That's what in IPOI, all the pillars, 7 pillars is one, which will be pillars, technology, etc. But 7 pillars will be kind of more serious, giving it more food for thought, more driving interest kind of things. Point number 3, to my view, that follow kind of a cooperation model, that don't go for the liberalization. When you talk about liberalization, least developed countries, country like India and country like others in Africa, they will lose interest, because liberalization means foregoing your revenue commitments, which you do not know the uncertain future. It is better cooperation, best endeavor, that I will try my best to fulfill this program kind of thing. Of course, you need kind of a liberalization commitment when you talk about NTMs dealing with, or sort of a digital interfaces, interconnectivity under trade, etc. Point number 4, that Japan joining is IPOI's 7th pillar on connectivity is a great move, and I hope Japan and India partnerships continue in IPOI as well, because Japan is an expanded partnership for quality infrastructure initiative. Very much supports both democratic value, freedom of speech, learning each other, culture, civilization. Those things are very much important here. So, and in Japan's interest on Bangladesh, Japan's interest on India, Southeast Asia, makes sense to make this IPOI, Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, particularly 7th pillar, to move faster. Thank you very much. Yes, I have just given, this is an action plan also, what we can do in the 7th pillar, basically dialogue, conferences, seminar, webinars. We should do more and more. There are opportunities in shipbuilding, there are risk management resilience initiative, developing warehouses, freight logistics, development, maritime labor force, changing the skill requirement, science technology initiative. So these are 7, 8 suggestions we have given to the government of India under the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Dave, for focusing on the 7th pillar of trade connectivity and maritime transport, and giving away some takeaway points or short-term action points. I think that's what everyone is looking for, on which focus areas to act. I would also like to inform the audience that Professor Day is the author of a recent book called Act East to Act Indo-Pacific, Expanding India's Neighborhood. And I'm sure we will have a chance to talk to him on that aspect. Moving on to our next participant and panelist, I would like to invite Andrisha Hazarika, who's an associate fellow at the National Maritime Foundation. She works in the area of Indian maritime policy in the Indo-Pacific, on bilateral and multilateral maritime constructs, and on operationalization of the concept of SAGAR. Today, she'll present her presentation on the subject of contextualizing the Indian blue economy vision in the evolving geopolitical space of the Indo-Pacific. Andrisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, sir, for the kind introduction. Am I audible and is my screen visible? Would you be so kind to let me know that?
Yeah. Please use your, yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, great. Please go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As Kapil sir has rightly introduced, I am Anidrisha Hazarika, an associate fellow at the National Maritime Foundation, where I'm researching on the maritime geostrategies of India's Indo-Pacific policies and with a specific focus on the IPOI and the SAGAR initiative and vision of India's policies. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity of sharing my views on the ambit of on expanding the ambit of India's blue economy to further the vision of SAGAR and IPOI challenges and opportunities. I know I'm speaking after Dr. Day and Dr. Narula, so I am a little nervous. So kindly bear with me. As you all are aware that in the first session today, the contours of the blue economy were discussed in depth. So my intention is not to repeat the same, but rather to sort of contextualize the concept in the evolving geopolitical space of the Indo-Pacific. To begin with, I would like to focus a bit on this geopolitical reality called the Indo-Pacific. This vast geographic reality, or the vast geographic region termed as the Indo-Pacific, is a reality that is progressively evolving and taking shape with each policy iteration of the stakeholder countries. In fact, just yesterday, our External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, talked about the region as a maritime space that connects Africa, Asia, Eurasia's Pacific coast, Oceania, and the Pacific coast of the Americas. All the countries which have come forth with their Indo-Pacific strategy or guideline do maintain that given the size of the huge economies, massive amount of goods and trade passing through the ISLs on a daily basis, and the region being home to about a half of the humanity, it is imperative that the region remains multipolar, free and open, and is governed via a rules-based order. Although much is still ambiguous on what exactly would these rules look like, but I think that's a debate for another day. Not to deny that the region currently is visualized as a strategic space, especially after the publicly available proof of China's illegal constructions in the disputed South China Sea area and their subsequent fortification, the increased gray zone activities in and around that area, and subsequent rapid militarization of its military modernization, and an increasingly aggressive foreign policy stance, all in a bid to sort of permanently alter the geopolitical balance in her favor. This has been about, this has been about, this has been about 15 odd years of this ongoing discourse on the creation of a regional maritime infrastructure surrounding the Indian peninsula, the string of pearls theory, and leading to the creation of the first first overseas base in Djibouti. This vessels and submarines appearing in India's, Chinese vessels and submarines appearing in India's maritime vicinity, the list can go on. However, while the countries big and small are seeking to respond to this sort of ubiquitous China's challenge, the Indo-Pacific region is also transforming itself into a theater of positive alignments of like-minded nations. nations that choose to focus on their mutual priorities. One latest is the transcontinental trilateral of India, France, and Australia that specifically have specifically stated that they will cooperate on matters of global maritime commons. Or the very recently activated India, Sri Lanka, Maldives NSA level talks enhance cooperation on maritime security in the Indo-Pacific, in the Indian Ocean region specifically. In India's case, the actualization of the potential of the blue economy is at the heart of our policy for the Indo-Pacific region, namely the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, which as my previous panelists have talked about in great depth, was unveiled by the Prime Minister in the last East Asia Summit. These are certain details of that. I will not go through them one by one. Move on. The IPOI is actually conceived of, as Dr. Day even pointed out in his presentation, of 7 pillars of maritime security, maritime ecology, maritime resources, capacity building and resource sharing, disaster risk reduction and management, science, technology, and academic cooperation, trade, connectivity, and maritime transport. As you can see from this slide, we at the NMF take a slightly different stand from this pillared approach. In our understanding, instead of pillars, we would like to visualize the IPOI as a heptagonal web of intricate connections, with each facet being intricately connected to the other, as is the entire maritime domain, right? Where one facet of the maritime domain cannot be siloized or divorced from the other in a complete fashion. To sort of contextualize the Indian blue economy vision and the evolving geopolitical space of the Indo-Pacific, I would like to take resort to the components of the blue economy as is described by this UN and the World Bank Group joint publication titled The Potential of the Blue Economy, Increasing Long-Term Benefits of the Sustainable Use of Marine Resources for Small Island Developing States and Coastal Least Developed Countries. The components of blue economy as identified by this report include 5 major type of activities, as is visible in the screen, with 13 activities subcategories. Within this, I would like to stress on 3 activity subcategories that we at NMF are working on in a bid to sort of argue for India's increased collaboration with the countries in this region, so as to positively shape the blue economy of the countries and the region put together. First is the subcategory of the generation of offshore renewable energy. NMF's most recent study on maritime energy options and advocacy for the use of hydrogen fuel as India's option of choice when it comes to clean energy alternatives, it argues very well for the inherent benefits in adoption of this particular source of clean energy for entire Indian economy as well as the maritime sector in particular. What I would like to stress on in my presentation today is on the possibility of expanding India's sustainable energy diplomacy in the region through an overt focus on hydrogen fuel production and adoption. Energy diplomacy can be defined as government-related policy activities that ensure a country's energy security, while at the same time ensuring and promoting business opportunities related to that particular sector. There are a huge amount of geopolitical vulnerabilities arising from India as well as the Indian Ocean countries needing to import their oil and natural non-renewable sources of energy from the West Asia predominantly, which is why if countries push for a green energy transition, geopolitics will be at the core of it. In the middle, to the long term, maybe, this even brings with it the possibility of changing the currently established power relations between the producer and the consumer countries. Another driver of pursuing energy diplomacy is definitely national interest. In a developing region and in a developing country like India, ensuring energy security and its equitable distribution amongst its vast population, which is predominantly rural, would be the priority. Our research in NMF has perfectly highlighted that the maritime domestic energy requirements interests can be met through sustainable policy focus on renewables in general and hydrogen fuel in particular. In the region, there would, in my understanding, there would be two major channels of focusing on hydrogen as a part of India's diplomatic endeavors. First is through bilateral cooperation and second through multilateral engagements. Currently, in the multilateral front, these are the various organizations that India is engaging with through its various ministries. These ministries include a plethora of scientific as well as funding ministries that are working towards the same goal. This particular aspect is highlighted by this mission innovation report released by the Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Science and Technology, which is actually the nodal agency for hydrogen, for policy related to hydrogen in India. To my mind, this also points out, as was discussed in the first panel today, this inherent issue with respect to our policy with regards to hydrogen as well, the lack of an unified policy approach. Moving on. And there are, these are the countries in the Indo-Pacific region that seem to have an overt policy focus on hydrogen and have come up with their national hydrogen strategies, Japan being the oldest amongst them. We can also add Singapore to this list, which is actively collaborating with Japan, but I could not really trace a federal national policy for that country. If you see the second chart, the European countries have been aggressively, pretty aggressively venturing into the production of hydrogen as a clean fuel. It also coincides, now all of this also coincides with Germany and Netherlands launching its Indo-Pacific policy guidelines. And to add, just last week, Denmark and Netherlands have even signed an MOU to sort of work on offshore energy hubs, connecting large offshore wind farms in both the countries, and also looking at potentially in combination with green hydrogen production facilities of both the countries. So, yeah, this chart presents to you some of the ongoing diplomatic bilateral engagements between India and the major countries with an active hydrogen component. The strongest obviously being the India-US Strategic Energy Partnership, and the others, as you can see in your screen. Moving forward, we would suggest that the existing minilaterals, or the minilaterals in the Indo-Pacific, such as the India, Japan, Australia, or the more latest one between India, France, and Australia, sustainable energy diplomacy should be an agenda point. This, of course, apart from strengthening the bilateral collaborations with an overt bilateral collaborations with the identified partners with an overt and unified policy focus on hydrogen would be our suggestion for a way forward. The next, I would like to focus on the second subcategory, which is the freshwater generation. Here, I would specifically talk about the possibility of extending India's indigenous technology of low temperature thermal desalination technology in the Indo-Pacific region. This is part of a research undertaken by the researchers in NMF, namely Dr. Pushp Bajaj, Dr. Oliver, and Dr. Samir, for the Maritime Affairs Journal, Winter Edition 2020. this is an established fact that all these SIDS, small island developing states in the Indian Ocean region and the Pacific island states are facing extreme consequences of climate change. Within them, around 71% of the SIDS are facing water stress due to growing population, urbanization, and tourism stress. For example, the situation is quite worrisome in popular tourist destinations such as Maldives, Mauritius, and Seychelles. In addition to this decline in available fresh water, saltwater intrusion into agricultural lands, rivers, and underground aquifers have made matters even worse. The situation is no better, as I said, in the Pacific island nations, with the country of Tuvalu declaring a state of emergency in 2011. In the face of such extreme water crisis, several island countries have invested heavily in desalination plants in an effort to sort of mitigate water scarcity and build long-term self-reliance. But most of them are powered by fossil fuels, diesel, petroleum, leading to the production of greenhouse gases and subsequent global warming. As an alternative to this situation, the NMF research recommends extending of low temperature thermal desalination technology powered by the Chennai-based NIOT to this small island developing nations. Currently, this technology is operational in Karavati, Agatti, and Minicoy Islands of the Lakshadweep. The research this particular research also suggests that although these are currently run on these particular plants in Lakshadweep are currently run on diesel power, but they can easily be powered by renewable sources of energy by seamlessly connecting with ocean renewable energy resources through associated technology of ocean thermal energy conversion. The technicality of which is discussed at depth in the research undertaken by these researchers. I will not go into those technicalities. However, I would like to talk a bit about the role of technology in geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific. One would agree that over the years, globalization has in fact sharpened inequalities, and technology is now increasingly looked at as a enabler, a tool of choice for the countries in order to aid and ensure fair and equitable distribution of resources. Speaking very recently in the Global Technology Summit, the External Affairs Minister put it fair and square that matters of technology and national security cannot be diverse from each other. And the Indian foreign policy is in fact putting technology at the political and core part of our diplomacy. A practical example would be also the establishment of the NEST division in the MEA. In the case of small island developing nations, it is understood that ensuring favorable relations with them is in India's interest of ensuring maritime security in the IOR and also the Indo-Pacific. However, we should also be mindful of the fact that China has been very quick to tap into their existential threats and has sort of loosened her purse to either push for extensive, unsustainable, both in terms of economic and ecological terms, infrastructure projects, and render these small island nations heavily dependent on her cheap and although very, very deeply, I would say, very deeply, they have become sort of dependent on the Chinese aid, to put it better. The case of Hambantota, all of us know what is the reality now there. And more recently, the Chinese are sort of repeating the same in the Pacific Island nations of Kiribati and Vanuatu, where reports have surfaced that Chinese have built a commercial wharfs meant for commercial cruise ships, which also have the capacity to service naval vessels. Kiribati is another example where China is set to construct 2 transshipment hubs and undertake large-scale land reclamations, raising the low-lying atolls, a stark repeat of what it has done with the island building ventures in Maldives and, of course, the South China Sea. Hence, in the face of such brazen debt trap diplomacy, extending technologically viable options, either through active collaboration or tech transfers, would add to India's image of a responsible global player. This would, in my opinion, would also strengthen India's case of both signaling and actualizing itself as a net security provider for the region, and extending the vision of SAGAR to the Pacific countries as well. Third possibility of contextualizing the blue economy in the region would be through exploring sustainable trade, transport and trade, coastal development and tourism, and recreation facilities in the region, which broadly fall under the category of commerce and trade in and around the ocean. For this, we at NMF are specifically looking at the trilateral of India, Maldives, and Sri Lanka in the Indian Ocean. We think that it has immense ecological and economic benefits that a sustainable trade and tourism model can hold for both these 2 island nations, as well as India's own marine biodiversity and livelihoods. As a part of this big picture project, we seek to undertake a study on the holistic positive impact that a sustainable trade and tourism trade, commerce, and tourism model will hold for the Indian Ocean region. Strategically, also, both these 2 nations, Sri Lanka and Maldives, are at the epicenter of a new great game. Currently, with regime change, thankfully, in both the countries, new governments have come to power in Sri Lanka in 2019 and Maldives in 2018. It seems to be a favorable time for India to engage constructively. The biggest push has been with the reinvigoration of the NSA level trilateral maritime security meetings between the 3 countries. So far, there has been several iterations of these trilateral meetings at the NSA level. The first was hosted by the Maldives in the year 2011, followed by Sri Lanka, which hosted the second edition. The third was held in New Delhi in 2014, which was also attended by Mauritius and the Seychelles as guest countries. According to the joint statement published this year in 2020, after the 4th NSA level talks, a decision was also made to sort of institute deputy NSA level working group meetings biannually to cooperate at the operation level. Following the first trilateral meeting, the India-Maldives Dosti Coast Guard exercises in 2012 added Sri Lanka and was held as a trilateral exercise. India and Sri Lanka has also been holding naval exercises called SLINEX since 2005. The latest iteration, the 8th one, was held off Trincomalee in Sri Lanka in the month of October 2020. In all of these, the real concern is again the growing Chinese activism in the Indian Ocean region. India has in fact pushed for a neighborhood-first approach with these countries and have engaged with them extensively on both bilateral and multilateral fronts. The regional grouping of BIMSTEC is a clear example of shifting focus from the defunct SARC. In conclusion, I would like to stress that these 3 case studies are only indicative of the many ways to sort of actualize the India's blue economy vision into reality. In the face of the current geopolitics in the region, it is time that we put forth a more sustainable and holistic model of blue economy and help actualize the vision of security and growth for all in the region. When we talk about SAGAR, it would be a holistic notion of maritime security encompassing the entire spectrum of power, as Professor Nai had put forth in his thesis, seminal thesis, bound to leap, which include the entire spectrum from power projection, from hard security to soft power. With these words, I have come to the end of my presentation. I thank you all for your attention, and I look forward to the question and answers.
Thank you so much, Andrisha. I think you did a wonderful job. Thank you for enlightening us on the work which is being undertaken by the NMF. So I don't see many questions in the chat, but I would ask people to start typing, and I'll invite the questions and try and invite people to ask these questions on mic. So in that sequence, I would like to ask or request the audience to first briefly introduce themselves, who's asking the question, and if you're targeting your question to any particular speaker, you're also invited to share your comments. We have some time, so I'll guide you on that. I first invite Mr. Rishi Athreya, who has asked for an intervention, and I'd like to invite him on mic to ask his question. Mr. Rishi.
Thank you very much, Commander. I'm an author of Maritime Affairs, and I'm quite familiar to NMF. And my first question is, it's a comment to Herr Rimmel. You make an excellent point about the digital revolution being brought on by the pandemic. Thanks very much, sir. The next question is to Dr. Day. And you say that SAGAR does not have a written document. There's no written document on SAGAR. But where multiple maritime doctrines fit into the scheme of things? Thank you.
Dr. Day, are you around? Can you switch on your video and mic for a response?
Yeah, I haven't said that SAGAR is not documented. All I said that in the eastern side of Indian Ocean, I mean, if you count India in it, there are a good number of institutions, initiatives. But on the western side, you only have IONS and SAGAR. So maybe we need to have more such, initiatives to bring this western part of Africa, somewhere in small island states, more connected with India. So this is what I wanted to actually say. Now, of course, many of the foreign policy offices driven by the defense and security is you don't need to be everything to be written and documented. Sometimes more you write, it creates more confusions, more debates. So let's be that in the audience, be like that. So that's good. That's good. Thank you.
Yeah, so maybe I'll start to ask some questions. And to Dr. Day, you talked about trade and connectivity. And as I see, you see acceleration of trade, faster trade, more trade, increase in economic growth, and such models. So what I would like to ask you is that all of these point to a linear kind of a growth and an incremental growth. Do you sort of propose any non-linear disruptive changes which are pointing towards inclusion of blue economy and the concept of blue economy in trade? Or is it business as usual, just increase of trade in particular?
Well, when we do we had a couple of them for already in the Indo-Pacific, and we had publications in some serious Western journals, ownership owned by in European community. So there, normally we had several models: static, dynamic, linear, as well as non-linear. But if I may take your point that whether we are actually looking at a blue economy more closely and then factoring those into our linear or non-linear forecast. In a way, these are, if you look at the dynamic forecast model that we do, we don't count much of it actually when we do, so you can say this is business as usual. I agree with you. Ever we thought, that COVID will come to us. Any kind of forecast before COVID-19, today we won't count them, correct? So this is where, this is kind of an lapse, you can say. We really don't know how to tackle that. But when you talk about, in the blue economy, one component could be your maritime economics. In the blue economy, you talk about maritime connectivity in the ocean. So maritime economics, when you count, certainly those are counted in the forecast of the model. For example, and if I may go little in that way, that when you do any kind of forecasting, linear or a non-linear, we always count kind of a dummy, to represent whether the ports are well connected through shipping. Like we have an UNCTAD database as called UNCTAD Liner Shipping Connectivity Index, both at a national and international. So those are also taken care. So how the countries are connected, how the countries are well connected bilaterally through shipping, those are also taken care in the forecasting as well. So in our on the modeling exercise, there are gaps, because I agree, but the recent ones, which are dynamic in nature, they count, in the new databases informations, and very much these are available online. And if anyone having more academic interest, they can go and I can share the details. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like to invite Mr. Vikas Kumar, who has a question on the impact of COVID pandemic. Mr. Vikas, can you introduce yourself and ask your question?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, this is Vikash here. I'm a merchant naval officer, and my question to you, all the panelists, all the people in the panel is, like right now, you see China is isolated from rest of the world due to the COVID pandemic mistrust that there has. And then earlier, due to the Trump era sanctions, also the trade was disrupted. So how has India taken advantage? How has India really used this to its advantage to consolidate its position in the Indo-Pacific?
Dr. Day, could you take on this question, please?
A very, very, interesting question he has asked. I think my view would be, again, my purely personal view. In a way, and we have made an attempt to the gap or to the opportunity. When you said the word China, but when the trade statistics recent one indicates they were not actually isolated at all. So I don't know what you mean by isolation. Is it purely a diplomatic, a political word? So far, the economics is concerned, there very much the trade has picked up momentum and doing pretty well at the moment. Yes, there are some change happen. This is what we should have done it long back. To protect some of the startups, domestic economy, our entrepreneurs. So we didn't do it. That kind of a political leadership was not there. Somehow the current political leadership took the interest, and I support them. That this is every country does. Every country does to basic protections. To strengthen of the domestic capacity. And I think on which I found, I think this will be, when will you measure it? How much India has progressed? It will take time, not just immediately the outcomes are. But if you look at the supply chain, whatever we have been doing, there has been discussion by the countries that let's move industries out of China, and India has also received a couple of them. Some countries have received more, so there should not any, we should not. Oh, Vietnam has received so many, we could not do it. It's not like that. Why Vietnam has received most of it? Because Vietnam has emerged as a hub for almost all of the brilliant FTS. So countries, those are multinationals, they will go to Vietnam for their global sale, and unfortunately or fortunately, they didn't pick up is kind of a next destination. And so this is where, India, Vietnam, if you see the discussions in supply chain resilience initiative or in other forums, I think some positive development maybe forthcoming. Plus, I think some companies, their expansion in the Vietnam in view of the overseas markets, which is also very encouraging because those business China in any way living out, which has a labor intensive products or mix of labor and some capital intensive products like solar, like handicrafts, like that. So thank you very much.
Andrisha, would you like to add on to this, or I can ask a specific question to you related to your presentation?
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Right. Just to add on maybe to what Dey sir had spoken about and the shifting of these supply chains, I would just like to add that India has in fact taken benefit of this opportunity, and recently he in fact started off by saying that the Samsung, the case of the Samsung company shifting its base from China to India, and Indian government pushing for this particular scheme of production-based incentives for producing the 5G instruments related to the 5G technology, as well as mobile technology and mobile related services in India, is in fact giving a lot of push to these companies to sort of try and shift their bases to India and increase production here. So this is one particular point that I had to add. So.
You're muted, Kapil.
Sorry. So Andrisha, I was. Let's move on to some question on your presentation, and you talked about ocean renewable energy and specifically energy diplomacy and the work which NMF is doing on hydrogen strategy and how countries are bandwagoning on that approach. What I would like to ask you is, there is always a choice, and countries have to prioritize. Considering that India is also leading a large initiative on International Solar Alliance, and as I see it, the solar juggernaut is sort of rolling in India and the world. So in that context, maybe you can highlight some of the advantages which ocean renewable energy has in terms of, or how can it complement the solar component?
Right. Thank you for the question, sir. Our research and our approach in NMF is not to say that hydrogen will cut into solar or hydrogen is going to cut into other renewables. It is to say that if India has to become an industry leader tomorrow, it is time that India takes note of these developments and invests it puts its focus on this particular fuel, which is. Am I audible?
Yeah.
All right. This particular fuel, which is in fact the future of the renewable sector. Now, the solar. Can I request to kindly switch your mic, sir? It's echoing a lot. Thank you. So the hydrogen, the focus on hydrogen, in our opinion, is like I said, is not to cut into other renewables. Secondly, to become an industry leader. Third, the benefits of the ocean renewable technologies is very, very clearly elucidated in the 5 articles that NMF has produced, and it is written by a expert on that particular subject. So I will not be able to sort of give you the technical aspects of it. But geopolitically, if you see, I was studying these countries of the Indo-Pacific and their approach to the technology. And what comes out very, very clearly is that no one country can do it alone. Australia really in its DFAT, the Department of Foreign Affairs India strategy, clearly says that there is a potential for hydrogen to be a sort of an option for collaboration between India, Japan, and Australia itself. So maybe India should think about it now. Now is the right time. If not now, then when?
Sure. Thank you so much for your views. Professor Day, may I like to post another question to you? And RIS has done a lot of work on national accounting framework. And I think as an economist, you would agree. I would ask you to present your views on this issue of how do we utilize different models or new national accounting frameworks to account for non-monetizable ecosystem services which are being offered by the oceans, and which is a central component of blue economy. And in that context, drawing from the discussions in the first session today, what do you think are the right business models and possibly financially innovative solutions which will attract companies to embrace this model of blue economy?
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I won't be able to. I'm actually not following the new accounting methods which I've been talking about, the counting or factoring the non-monetarized part of the blue economy. No, I'm not the right person to give a correct answer, but certainly, the other, as I said, that my expertise is more into the forecasting and the trade models rather than the macroeconomic models or in that way any other statistical models. So I won't be able to give a very precise answer to these questions, and I'm not the right person. It's probably someone else in the RIS, who has been working on it.
So maybe you can talk something about your new book, which was, and that's the right forum to talk about how do you see India expanding its presence and acting in the Indo-Pacific, considering especially the issue that China is sort of filling a void which is there, and it's exploiting in some sense the void. So is India ready to fill in that void? Do we have the capacity to undertake these initiatives and offer an alternative for Indo-Pacific countries?
Well, of course I will also I will certainly answer that, and I see there are some questions posed to me privately in the chat box. So because why I talk about it, about respond to their questions, and so the book which I wrote earlier this year, basically India's journey from lookist to actist to Indo-Pacific, and purely from point of view of an economist practitioner. And while working with the External Affairs Ministry and other agencies of the government of India, I found that an economic, if I may, again, economic diplomacy need to be brought out and be made available from a researcher's point of view to the busy life of the diplomats in here and abroad. So that's what I know. That's the agent, and there was someone which I keep him anonymous here, motivated us, the former chairman of RIS, to work more into lucid manner, readable, living aside the modeling and all these things, which is readable for the young diplomats mid-level career diplomats in particular. So I looked at that journey, from Lucas to Actis to Indo-Pacific in 20 chapters, and book is reviewed by NMF as well and came out in their journal in Maritime Affairs. So there I have looked at this journey through South Asia, BBIN, BIMSTEC, several regional blocks. And why these regions? Because our External Affairs Minister and many other commentators, they have been telling this India's journey from 1991 when we opened up for liberalization all the way to 2000 or 2014 precisely when the new government came in. There are several milestones the government has overcome, and these milestones have added huge advantages, added new strength, in terms of capacity and capability. So those I looked at in my book. The chapters are there on several, on the BIMSTEC in particular, because there are questions here on the BIMSTEC and some connectivity projects of India they have been doing. The challenges for the Belt and Road Initiative on India and itself, India's at Far East, which is presently one component of the Indo-Pacific, the eastern side. So and then I end it. If we need to look at Indo-Pacific more seriously, what kind of economic set of projects or economic ideas that can be taken up. So that's what in the book is all about. So here I think it's today's conversation. A couple of chapters are very much linking to it. Yes, in the book there was no modeling. The questions you asked, there is no modeling methodology discussions, but there are chapters which are which talked about more about actionable projects, more micro issues, and these the chapters, the articles there are very, very there are 40 articles, if I may correct, divided in 20 chapters like that, and the articles are made non-technical and crisp in 1000 to 2000 words, so that the busy diplomats in their mid-career, they read them and pass it the message. So that's what my whole agenda was. So if you come from that book, the scripts, the book abstract, if I may give an answer to the questions raised by many of the, like that Kaji Imdadul Haq from Bangladesh in the chat box, couple of them, and then Captain Sarabjit Parmar, the executive director. These two questions I picked up, and if you may allow Captain Narula to give them the answers, that would be, then I can complete my task. One is Captain Sarabjit asks that FTA restrictions, would FTAs restrict the growth of the national or a regional blue economy? And he has given an example, a conflict between TPP and RCEP, and especially if the nations are not party to FTAs like India, perhaps he had said and RCEP, but maybe India is not in the RCEP. Certainly, if you are not party to a regional bloc like RCEP, then it would be difficult to, first of all, it will be difficult to know what's going on, the programs, because this kind of blocks are closed door. Second is, if you do not know all the blue economy aspects, for example, the marine debris, or example like anything on the coastal surveillance, for example, or search and rescue, or HADR. If you think that RCEP blocks, they have created a new arrangement, and if India is not part of it, whereas India has a huge coastline and a common coastline with RCEP countries, so that will have a series of big challenge for India, and we lose out, or sometimes we do over in terms of expenditure or in terms of our responses. So this is where this is a gap, or this is where we lose. There are advantages of regional blocks. If you are party to the regional bloc, then you gain. If you are not party to, you lose. So that's what I found, that in this case, since RCEP, it is not in Latin America, RCEP is very much in the Asia, and RCEP member countries share common border, both land and maritime. So somehow if they take a decision out and not informing the non-members, that will certainly have an impact. But I'm not going to discuss whether RCEP is good or bad, because this is government has taken a decision. We are not party to RCEP. We have to follow that. RCEP is a closed chapter for the time being. So I answered to the questions raised by Captain Sarabjit Parmar, that I agree with him that if this kind of an FTA, the regional blocks sometimes are facilitating, sometimes are non-facilitating. And here, if RCEP member countries, they take a decision which will having an impact on India, both in non-economic areas and economic areas, certainly India will have to, then open a discussion with the RCEP members, and that time you do not know what exactly will happen. So maybe RCEP plus on kind of an arrangements, India may look at it, not on the trade, but in the non-trade areas. But if Indo-Pacific picks up or something else, and then RCEP decided to come back, then things will change. Last my answers to the questions which raised by Kaji Abdul Haq from Bangladesh, a series of things he has raised, but I won't be able to give answers to all of them. But on the BIMSTEC, yes, this is I agree with him that BIMSTEC is for us, for India, it is the Bay of Bengal security, Bay of Bengal programs, both in economic and security arrangements. Both are certainly more vibrant, relatively speaking, for India. Since BIMSTEC process picked up in 1997, and India joined ASEAN much ahead of it. ASEAN process, there are many steps India has crossed, many milestones India has crossed, and all these I have highlighted in the book. And the recent report which I edited, ASEAN India Development and Cooperation Report 2021, which was released just before ASEAN India Summit and East Asia Summit, there are 14 chapters. Some of them actually looked at where to go, BIMSTEC or where to go to ASEAN. But BIMSTEC issues which are regional, ASEAN issues which are not restricted to the Bay of Bengal, even though there are some countries in ASEAN and BIMSTEC, they are the commons. So India has to take a balance, and that's what they are doing. Our BIMSTEC agenda, there are common linkages with ASEAN, like the connectivity, but there are many other issues which India, for example, digital village programs, space, projects where we are talking about health. Those are things are there. Then in case of the questions he raised, the connectivity, India is very much also serious to BIMSTEC process connectivity as well as with the ASEAN. So there are, to conclude to all these questions which are raised to me by Haq, maybe we can have a bilateral with him. But in short, India is equally serious to Bay of Bengal initiative as well as with ASEAN. ASEAN agenda, Bay of Bengal agenda, there are somewhere there are linkages, but both are quite different each other. Thank you.
Admiral Chauhan, you wanted to make an intervention or a comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted a two-finger intervention with regard to BIMSTEC. And I understand Commodore Huck's feeling of angst. But I wanted to echo and amplify what Professor Day said. I don't actually agree that BIMSTEC is moribund. BIMSTEC is actually running with some 22 projects currently. And we ourselves are deeply engaged with BIMRAD, which is Commodore Huck's think tank, and a think tank that we deeply respect. And the answer to getting more centrality for BIMRAD, for BIMSTEC, is not to pitch BIMSTEC and its dynamism against ASEAN and its dynamism, but to do the stitching of the geopolitical, the blue economy, the coastal economy, these vertical silos need to be stitched together. And towards the start of that was the trilateral think tank dialogue that we had with BIMRAD and Sri Lanka's Pathfinder Foundation. Now, you know that India and Bangladesh both have a marked desire to proceed down trilaterals, minilaterals, rather than relying heavily upon very large and perhaps difficult to handle major structures. So the business of IUU fishing, the business of coastal tourism development, these are areas that deal directly with blue economy issues, the movement, the promotion of RoPax ferries. These are issues that we actually, in India, we look to find organizations such as BIMRAD to really support. It's not that we don't want, or India doesn't want, or India to advance BIMSTEC and only wishes to advance its relation with ASEAN. In that, I would like to broaden this issue and say that even where we talk about the Indo-Pacific, the general dialogue seems to be east of the Bay of Bengal, Bay of Bengal and east of it. But the Indo-Pacific, we are blue in the face, at least at the prime ministerial level, to explain that it starts from East Africa. And so Prabir's comments about the need for structures in East Africa, in the Western Indian Ocean, in the Southwestern Indian Ocean, which is, and the need, I fully subscribe to, with one sort of additional caveat, and that is to do with the question you asked about energy. Europe is desperately keen to be seen, visible, and credible as a security player in this area. One of the really good reasons of choosing hydrogen is that solar alliances don't address the transport sector properly. And for us to address the transport sector, we need something else. We need, even for just moving the electricity generation sector, solar energy by itself is not enough. Whether the returns, as your own paper has indicated, whether the returns on investment with regard to ocean-based renewable energy resources are adequate or not, but it's a matter of debate, but they are certainly capable of generating the degree of involvement of Europe, of the European Union with India. And therefore, on the geopolitical level, on the economic level, on the geo-economic level, and finally, in terms of skill development and the transference of old skill sets to new ones, I think that there is a great need for Europe to step up and for India to step up towards Europe. And so I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, so much for your intervention. And I'll now like to invite Dr. Sunil Muralidhar Shastri, who has a comment to make, followed by Captain J.S. Gill.
Thank you, Commodore Norola, for the opportunity. My name is Sunil Muralidhar Shastri. I'm an independent consultant, expert, and speaker in ocean and environmental governance based here in the UK. I'm also a recent member. Thank you very much for admitting me as an associate member of the National Maritime Foundation. I have a sort of a fundamental question about this whole terminology, or the obsession, if you like, with the word Indo-Pacific. And I just want to make a few points, and I want to get some opinions from not just this panel, maybe the previous panel, or the admiral who earlier used the word hubris. Also, Peter Immel, who talked of a little bit of what you call pragmatism. And I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I think that's what I heard when I was listening to it earlier. You know, we are uniquely positioned in the Indian Ocean. We have Indian Ocean. We are the only country in the world that has an ocean named after us. So I think our focus should be on the Indian Ocean, and of course the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. If you see the continental shelf that we have, and if you see the Western continental shelf and the Eastern continental shelf, plus the extended zones that we are asked for in the Commission for Limitations of Continental Shelf in New York, and the EEZ that we have an area which is the same as the land size of India. So we should be focusing more on that. We are the only country, if I'm not wrong again, designated by the International Seabed Authority to have our own ocean mining area. We have got 2 areas delineated. I, in fact, worked on this myself in the 80s when I used to work with National Institute of Oceanography and Mekong as an engineering consultant for the Manganese Nodule project. And I know it for a fact that we have 2 areas identified, one to be given to the authority and one to be mined by the Indian government. And we are the only government to have that unique opportunity. We have got, you know, fisheries and aquaculture galore. We have got lots of stuff to do with our shipping. We have 13 ship ports, which are less in their capacity, all taken together to compare to Singapore. So there's a potential to grow our ports in the Indian Ocean and around our coast, and so on. I mean, the list sort of goes on, and I just still wonder, because Pacific is too huge. I mean, you're all ocean-going people, and you know how big the ocean is, and Pacific is just enormous. And I think we should just focus on the Indian Ocean, and we should focus maybe, you know, the East Asian Sea, like, you know, Thailand, up to that point there perhaps, and this side up to the tip of South Africa, and leave it at that. That's my sort of comment, and I wanted to get the views on why there is this great sort of discussion all the time about Indo-Pacific in all the conferences that I attend which have anything to do with India. Thank you.
So we'll hold that question and maybe ask Captain Gill to do a short intervention and ask his question or comment, and then I'll go back to the participants and the discussant with some of my own observations. Captain Gill. Sir, can you hear us? Are you able to speak? Satyam, can you unmute?
So Captain Gill's device has been having some trouble since.
Okay, so maybe what I'll do is to initiate. Yeah, so maybe based on this, I have some additional issues which I am also struggling with, and maybe add to this set of comment and question which Mr. Shastri had raised. And then I'll invite the panelists and maybe other functionaries, including Admiral Chauhan and maybe Captain Parmar, Mr. Kazi Haq, Mr. Peter Remel, whoever wants to contribute. So the broad questions which we are looking at is, of course, we have discussed at length the security architecture, the trade aspects, and so on. But blue economy fundamentally is different than the current economy. Of course, it's a circular economy, but at the core, it has got social and environmental aspects. And so my question is, how do we go and instrumentalize or operationalize blue economy, and what are the measures which are revolutionary, which take these aspects of blue economy centrally into the understanding and implementation? Then I would also like to question that, you know, IPOI is a great initiative by India. India has shown leadership in this. It wants to assume a role of defining the areas as well as geographies. But the question being that, as Professor Day had pointed out, does that people at the government or diplomats are really time pressed, and so the broader question is, does India have the capacity? And of course, it has the capacity in terms of intellectual capacity, in terms of human capacity. But what needs to be done to get this latent capacity on board and implement these things to functionalize a blue economy? And my last issue, which I would like people to comment on, including panelists, is that we saw last year there was an action plan of 7 working groups of the PM Economic Advisory Committee, and they had made great recommendations. So I wanted to know, maybe from Admiral Chauhan, who was a key member of this, that where has this progressed? Has it stayed in books, or what's the plan for implementing it? So I'll start by inviting our panelists first. Maybe Professor Day can go on first, followed by Andrisha, followed by other luminaries in this room. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Maybe I can come later after Admiral Chauhan speaks, maybe.
Admiral Chauhan, I think you are the chosen person to comment on these first. And then maybe followed by...
I noticed that it's somewhat dangerous to unmute and to put your video on. Well, I have strong sort of responses to everything. First of all, I'd like to assure Sunil Shastri that he is very welcome to the NMF, and we're delighted to have him as an associate member of us. But insofar as this question is concerned, you should never try and be unduly limited because of your decisions or your preconceptions of what constitutes capacity. I think I have been a fairly strong proponent of this requirement to understand the difference between capacity and capability. And it is a great shame that in India, we are so given to terminological inexactitude, that we use any word for any other word. And then we think that because we can speak fast or we can speak slowly, we can get away with it. This is a pity. Insofar as why the Indo-Pacific, I can only refer you to the most recent articulation by the External Affairs Minister of India, which is available on the internet quite freely, and I'm sure you would have read it. And that provides a fairly substantive explanation as to A, why, in your words, are we obsessing about the Indo-Pacific? In actual fact, we are not obsessing. Historically, the Indo-Pacific has been a single space. It is only because we speak in this particular language so as to be able to communicate with one another that we think that the colonial interregnum of some 450 years should count for greater weight than several millennia. But as I said, my response would be that perhaps we could all once again go through the, to my mind, reasonably good articulations by by Dr. Jaishankar. And it's very recent, so it's only 2 days ago that he spoke, or a day ago that he spoke to the CII, and his speech is illuminating in this regard. Insofar as capacities and capabilities are concerned, precisely because we are seafarers, because we are practitioners, we do understand these differences. And so I would like to spend 30 seconds on this. in the West, in Europe, in UK, in America, there is an excess of capacity, which means that material wherewithal is held in surfeit. In India and in this part of the world, material wherewithal is in short supply. What we do have, however, is capability. Therefore, I need to define these terms, however simply. Capacity deals with material wherewithal. If you have no patrol boat and I give you a patrol boat, I have doubled your capacity. Capability, on the other hand, is all the human and the intangible, the organizational structures that you put to a given amount of capacity so as to optimize it. Mauritius has capacity in dealing with the oil spill of the Wakashio. Mauritius lacks a certain degree of capability in being able to utilize its capacity. India does not have the capacity that it might need to be a net provider of security to the Indian Ocean region and beyond. But India has a great surfeit of capability. And therefore, India must play the cards according to its strong suit. It would be foolish, or at least imprudent, for us to play to our weaknesses and to borrow the concept of what constitutes a strong suit simply from those countries that A, have that, and B, manage to flood the internet. So if India goes to the Maldives, India takes with it limited capacity, but it takes with it, let us say, the low temperature thermal desalination that was talked about by Anidrisha. Now, capability. Have we got a 1.5 meter elevation map? Yes. Can we produce one for the region? Yes. Are we very good at GIS? Yes. Have we done that? No. Why not? Because we are completely bedazzled by the amount of literature that we encounter, most of which is coming from those countries that do have capacity. So a country, sir, that has capacity will tend to throw capacity at a problem. We have limited capacity, we have surfeit of capability, and we should throw capability at a problem. Hence, this is what we must be playing to, but we must understand the difference and we must be able to hone this difference. Where it comes to the Indo-Pacific, therefore, apart from the reference I've repeatedly made to the EAM speech, which is better articulation than I'm able to generate in this short period of time, what people are looking for is not just cash for goods. They are looking for more than cash for goods. They are looking to have a better quality of life. They are looking for more empathy. They are looking for regional support. I can provide a nation with a large amount of money and make that nation feel miserable in terms of its acceptance. And that is precisely the error that some of the more recent endeavors by some countries are running into. Let me put one last rhetorical question to you. If there are 54 countries that constitute the African Union, and if China held the second forum on the Belt and Road Initiative, 52 countries lined up to go to Beijing, quite right. When India held an African leaders summit, 52 of the 54 countries lined up and to come to Delhi. If our cards were as hopeless as people are making out, then they wouldn't have come. When we host the Pacific Summit, the South Pacific Island Summit, those countries all come. They also deal with China because no international relation is a function of a zero-sum game. So I'll leave that part where it is. Insofar as diplomacy and the comments made by the chair, the moderator, with regard to diplomacy and how much can we manage? Of course we can't manage. Of course everybody knows that the number of Indian diplomats in the diplomatic corps is too small for a large country like India. So what is the Ministry of External Affairs now doing under this government at least? It is seeking to reach out. It is taking in consultants from the lateral fields. This brings great responsibility to serious-minded think tanks because they can now supplement and provide meals ready to eat, so to speak, to the ministry. Are we doing that? I don't know. That's an assessment that everybody has to make. I think that we in the National Maritime Foundation are doing our very best to try and make sure that we present. So are we presenting approach papers to the Ministry of External Affairs? Yes. Do they have to make it public that we are presenting this? No. Do we represent the country adequately in fora like the East Asia Summit? I think so. Therefore, we provide as one out of many think tanks in India, and I'm not at any stage pretending that we are either the most or the only, but we provide that multiplier effect, which will allow a limited amount of capacity by way of human physical presence, numbers, to be translated into a disproportionate amount of capability, because it's not just those small numbers that you are relying on. I think I'll stop there because otherwise it will become a monologue. And I would very much like to hear Peter.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Peter Rimmel, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'm not aware that I had used the word pragmatism in my opening remarks, but it would be my nature to solve things more pragmatic and not dogmatic. My experience is that you come further and faster with looking at pragmatic solutions than keeping up dogmas. Then, of course, it's not up to me to recommend to India what she is going to do. There was this statement that India should focus on the Indian Ocean, the immediate surrounding, and not looking so much beyond. My experience is that one from a trading nation. So if we limit ourselves to the North Sea or the North Atlantic, it would be a rather limited approach. And I think India wants to develop its own trade also. So it needs to participate in securing open and free oceans and access to it. And that is not limited to the Indian Ocean, what is immediately surrounding the subcontinent. So my guess would be it would be better that India is looking beyond, because China is also looking beyond. And I don't think one wants them to do on their own only what they want to do, because if we are interested in a multilateral order, then those who are sharing the same values should work together. That could also apply, and now comes maybe another pragmatic solution. The intervention mentioned that India is the only country what has claims in deep sea mining. To my knowledge, that's not the case. There are several other nations who have that as well in the meantime, Germany being one of them. And I think somewhere near Mauritius, the German claim the stakes, and the Indian ones, we are neighbors there, neighbors in the deep sea yet, and this is the future development, undiscovered yet. So my pragmatic suggestion would be, why don't those two countries line up being neighbors there, try together with technology, whatever common resources to address that somehow and get a step further, because technologically we are worldwide maybe not yet at reasonable costs able to exploit those things, deep sea mining. But if you join together forces, again, you may come to pragmatic and feasible solutions. So that would be like a suggestion for that deep sea mining issue. And otherwise, I can only speak for cooperation on things where we have common interests and not focusing on one thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Captain Parmar, you had an intervention or observation?
Thank you, Kapil. This is true in response to Mr. Shastri's also remarks. One is on the Indo-Pacific, what Admiral Chauhan has said. I'll just add on a few lines to that. And Mr. Shastri saying that India should look only within the Indian Ocean region. You know, for too long, the Indian Ocean region was India's oyster. That was many years ago. That was many, many years ago. The world was different. You had two super blocks. It has changed. The Cold War is over. We are embroiled in discussions on rule-based order, on rule-based international system, which has changed. Nations are looking much beyond their national and regional borders, and India is one of them. Till the time it was Asia Pacific, nobody argued the case as to why is India not actively participating in the Asia Pacific. You look at the US definitions. The Asia Pacific since 2010, 2011 slowly started increasing beyond the Strait of Malacca, extended to include the Indian subcontinent by Hillary Clinton, and subsequently the next year it added some nations of Africa. So it's only the term that has changed. And what our foreign minister said, that Indo-Pacific is is yesterday's reality. It's only that we've changed the name. And today India is at a place where we've been seeking for a permanent position in the Security Council. We have global investments. To give you certain examples, we have oil and gas investments as far away as South America, Canada, Alaska. We have diversified our oil imports from all over the world. We are playing global. So therefore, you need to look beyond your borders. And therefore, Indo-Pacific, to my mind, is the first step. So it's not only the Indo-Pacific which is going to be India's oyster, but the globe is going to be India's oyster at some point in time, but it has to be done in incremental steps. And I totally agree with Peter that if you remain regional, you're not going to be taken seriously. Why is it that Germany has now come out with an Indo-Pacific strategy? Because it feels that it has the capacity and capability to play in the Indo-Pacific. Therefore, why not India? We may not have reached the Atlantic, but we are definitely in the Mediterranean. We're off the western coast of Africa. We're in the continent of North America and South America. So there's no big deal about it. So therefore, to limit only within the Indian Ocean region would actually be a retrograde step. You need to extend beyond, extend your horizons. A nation will progress as far as it looks. Your horizons have to extend beyond. You can dream, make a wish list, and thereafter, when you have that in mind, you have concrete steps in which to reach the aim or the objective which you so seek. For example, today's, in fact, deconstructing the blue economy in Indo-Pacific, I got a lot of queries as to what you mean by deconstructing. So let me just place into perspective certain things. What we have seen today is that there are small constructs all over the Indo-Pacific. There's one brick there, there are a couple of bricks there. What we're trying to do here is put those bricks together and make a sort of a big building in which everybody can play. And the blue economy perhaps can become a regional blue economy, but for that you need to think big. So to restrict within the Indian Ocean region would be a big mistake. We've just about got over that Lakshman Rekha, if I can use it. We can't get back. We're too much at stake right now. So therefore, we need to examine the concept of Indo-Pacific. We may not have a consensus, but if we agree to what it is to some extent, then perhaps we can all have a level playing ground. And all nations then therefore can actually be part of the concept of SAGAR. That is security and growth for all in the region. The region again is not defined. If you remember, it just says region. You can put Indian Ocean region, you can put Bay of Bengal, you could put North Arabian Sea, you could put Indo-Pacific, you could put whatever you want into it, but it will apply globally. So I just thought I'll put this on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Captain Parmar. May I now invite Ms. Hazarika to sum up her presentation, and may I ask her to restrict to about 5 to 7 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Just to add to what our ED sir had spoken, just one or two more points. I would like to stress that even if there are so many differences abounding about what constitutes the Indo-Pacific region, countries do not there's a fluid understanding of what constitutes the region. Some countries have chosen to define the limits of the region. Some have not, like Germany has not. Some have chosen to remain ambiguous, both in terms of the horizontal and vertical cartographic limits, as well as the exact number of countries that constitute the region. But come what may, there has been no conception of Indo-Pacific without India. In all the important stakeholders, be it the ASEAN, EU, USA, Australia, Japan, France, UK, Germany, India is playing a central role in the entire in this entire concept of the Indo-Pacific region. The inherent core of the Indo-Pacific region is the maritime domain and India. And needless to say, all the and of course the ASEAN. There was a question between between the the credibility of BIMSTEC and ASEAN. There is this will amongst all the stakeholders to respect the ASEAN centrality. Now, ASEAN themselves, after having come out with the ASEAN's Indo-Pacific outlook, it has very clearly stated that we wish to be, sort of considered important in this Indo-Pacific region. And there is a will among all the stakeholders to respect ASEAN centrality, at least in the common adjusted area, which is what sort of the west coast of India to the west shore of USA as the common adjusted area amongst all the stakeholders who have chosen to define the area. This points out to another important fact that ASEAN is not going anywhere, and all the important stakeholders would also try to sort of grab the seat at the ASEAN high table. France has applied to join the ADMM Plus. UK is also trying to sort of have a partner status with ASEAN after Brexit. So that is there. ASEAN is here to stay. Regarding the blue economy, I completely agree with what Parmar sir had just spoken about, that blue economy can sort of stitch this entire region together, and India can, in this approach, India can sort of lead through IPOI and the SAGAR initiative, can sort of become the leading country in areas that it has the capabilities to take it forward. I would rest my case there.
Thank you so much, Andrisha. May I now invite Dr. Prabir Dey to sum up his comments on the session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Captain Arora. This has been an excellent session, and I'm very impressed by the discussion and the follow-up questions we had following our presentations, and the comments by all the panelists, experts, and the conversation so far. And now, in formal sessions, when I talked about IPOI 7th pillar. And that's what that trade, connectivity, and maritime transport. I discussed, and I didn't find any, there is a convergence of our our views on IPOI 7th pillar, and that trade, connectivity, and maritime transport, three of very important for for the Indo-Pacific. And my presentation talked about the scope, the opportunities, and also challenges in the three aspects: trade, connectivity, and maritime transport. And then, I concluded that there are many, opportunities for Indo-Pacific countries, since the common challenges are also there among the countries, particularly in the western side of Indian Ocean as well as in the eastern side. And I looked at those and came out with a kind of, action plan and 7 to 8 projects, both in trade and connectivity. We can look at it. I also talked about India's connectivity initiatives, both at eastern side and western side initiated, and what can be done in future to energize the connectivity agenda, particularly maritime connectivity under the 7th pillar, and then engaging Japan in IPOI, in connectivity programs, and many things on IPOI. This, in short, this is the summary of my presentation, and follow-up questions which I have received on the BIMSTEC, on ASEAN, on connectivity programs, of India's initiatives in Indo-Pacific, questions about be there in RCEP or not, and then the challenges So those are very pertinent to my presentations, and I found I have answered to all of them actually. So to conclude, and from my presentations and the follow-up questions and my replies to all of them, that Indo-Pacific is a natural choice for India and countries who are joining. They can add good amount of momentum, provided they come out with common programs. The vision is already placed. Common programs to live up to the vision, action plan, and certainly, which is my experience while working with the government of India, different ministries, that we also need skilling. Quite there is certainly requirement for adequate manpower and human resources to drive those programs that we have taken. There are overlaps. There are also common risks. There are also threats. But Indo-Pacific, something which all Indians, they believe that it is a natural choice for us to look at both in the eastern side and western side, both for regional connectivity, regional trade, security aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Day. So in the interest of time, we are on the last 10 odd minutes. May I request Satyam, if you can give me sharing rights, then I'll share my screen and sort of sum up my observations and comments from this session. Thank you so much. So thank you to all panelists. Of course, we missed the speaker number 3 from France, but the void was filled up energetically by the participants. So I would like you all to leave with some thoughts and maybe some food for thought for discussions in the later stages on this concept of blue economy. What I've been hearing and the focus has been very, very much on geopolitics. Of course, it cannot be disassociated because that's the stage. And I totally agree with that, following which maritime security is an important component. But what I would like you to think about is, is the blue economy and these models propagating only incremental changes and business as usual kind of scenarios, or are we looking at some new models? Because in my understanding, blue economy and its concept is a totally new model. It cannot function in the way things have been functioning already. So this is my first point. The second related point is that we continue to talk about economic growth. The focus stays on economic growth and GDP growth. But blue economy places environment and social aspects at the center. And it lays a lot of emphasis on ecosystem regeneration because planetary boundaries are there. There are limits. And should the blue economy model and how should we consider placing ecosystem regeneration at the center of our approaches? The third point I want to make is that the capitalist economy is, very, very focused and driven by privatizing profits and socializing losses. And this we have seen time and again and in the current economic model. The fiat currency which exists and with government debts going up, and time and again, as I said, we have seen that we have been privatizing profits and socializing losses. So the blue economy model certainly is shows a path which is away from this aspect. And in my opinion, I think inequity or inequality of wealth is a bigger problem. I think there is enough food, there is enough energy, there is enough money in the world, but the problem is inequality and inequity, and there are distributional aspects which have to be carefully looked into. So are the models which we are proposing, are the initiatives, are the efforts which we are making, do they reduce these inequalities? Do they reduce these discrepancies amongst different countries, different communities, different people? And are we trying to implement some socially equitable solutions? And with that, I come to my last point, is that are we actually interested in blue economy, or all these efforts are towards blue washing economy? I would rest my case here and hand over back to the organizers of the conference, maybe with a summary of the entire Diginar. I'll leave the choice to Captain Parmar or Admiral Chauhan, and maybe Satyam, you can take over from here. Thank you so much to all panelists, to all participants for this wonderful session, and for the opportunity which you offered and for presenting your views. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Narula. I would like to request Admiral Chauhan if he has any comment, or should I go ahead with the closing sort of remarks?
No, I do have some sort of two comments to offer. One is to express my own gratitude to KAS and TERI and FICCI for including us in these online workshops that were designed as workshops. And as you know, from the hierarchy of these things, that workshops is about the most elastic of the terms that we can use. We remain online, as this bears no elaboration. And I don't know whether and when I know whether, but when exactly we will be able to rid ourselves of this pandemic. And we will just have to be patient. Up till then, I wanted to make only two closing comments. One is on trade. You know, India is today the percentage, the trade to GDP percentage in terms of merchandise trade in India is standing at about 30%, and a decadal average is about 33%. This is despite some desperate slowdown in the global economy. And so those days of being told that India manages its economy internally through domestic demand alone are long gone. It is true that in many parts of the world, there is a tendency towards moving away from globalization, but that I rather think was a blip. And with any luck, we will not hear too much of it except in footnotes to history. But even if it was to persist, I think that India wants to be able to be central to not only regional, but to global supply chains, to global value chains, both. And for that, we need an outward-looking economy. And as Professor Li Xiongni of China famously said, that when a nation begins to move from an inward-looking economy to an outward-looking economy, the national concerns, national security concerns move to the oceans, and that this is so common and frequent an occurrence that it is pretty much a rule now and certainly not an exception. India has currently, flowing through the Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, $110 billion worth of trade every year. $60 billion go in exports and $50 billion, $50 billion come in imports. $110 billion is not small potatoes for us. On the eastern side, flowing through the South China Sea, not necessarily through the Paracels or the Spratly Island groups, but through the South China Sea, we have $190 billion worth of merchandise trade moving every year. Why would we not be interested in that region? In geopolitical terms, of course, we are interested because we see the South China Sea as the laboratory for what is happening in the deep southern Pacific, and also what will happen in the Indian Ocean, simply because China is driven by her economy to transit this ocean space and to make sure in her mind that her sea lines of communication and the international shipping lanes that substitute for slocks in peacetime are indeed kept secure in their concept. Now, when their concept meets badly with our concept, we have to do something about it. Peter said that we aren't going to be willing to have rules that are decided only in one country. We have, you know, how long it has taken for the world to come to this stage where we have some consensus, some comity between nations, mutual respect between nations, that we all sat together and we came to these conclusions, and now we will run with them. And if we need to change them, we must change them consensually and not unilaterally, simply substituting one type of exceptionalism for another type of exceptionalism. My last point is that we in India look to the blue economy as the thread by which we will be able to have the region stitched together. This is, as Kapil quite correctly said, not more of the same with some blue trappings. This is a completely new creature, a new model. And so we must ask ourselves, what do we want to do? Do we want to listen to mommy and daddy whenever they said that cut your coat according to the cloth you have? Should that be our approach and the limits to our ambition? Or should we weave the cloth according to the coat that we want? Which one should we do? And I am not talking about India alone. Every country must be able to ask this question, what do we want? And if the answer lies that we desire not inequalities of wealth, but equalities or social equalities, then that's the cloth we want. Then that's the cloth we must weave. We cannot pretend to do one and then try to do the other. We cannot, as the famous saying goes, we cannot run with the hares and hunt with the hounds at the same time. So India, now I speak specifically of India, India is keen that it should be part of this brave new world. We must be able to find partners who share these values of ours, who do not feel cowed down by some country because it has more warships or more tanks or more aircraft or more guns or more missiles than some other country. Hence, this blue economy concept and its deconstruction and reconstruction without losing track of security is, I think, crucial. And I could not have asked for better partners more aligned to this grand vision than KAS and TERI and FICCI. Thank you very much. I'm done. Satyam, it's over to you.
Thank you, Admiral Chauhan, and I will just, but before that, I would like to thank Commander Narula, Dr. Day, and Ms. Hazarika for putting together. Ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, we have come to the end of this Diginar, and taking a couple of minutes, I would like to share a few of my thoughts and announcements. We have witnessed an evolution in the way the concept of blue economy has progressed and its important link with the holistic maritime security. For India, there is an intrinsic link between the oceans and her economy. Hence, the whole economy of India is a blue economy. And as you're aware, with these very thoughts, the NMF-KAS-TERI and FICCI came together and have stitched together a series of 6 Diginar, which will be then followed by an international conference. Professional sessions today, we in total have successfully conducted the 4. Now, ladies and gentlemen, your enthusiasm and keen interest are pivotal to the success Maritime Foundation. Thank you for joining us during this difficult time of and bone-chilling winters of New Delhi. The fifth Diginar will be held on the 28th of January 2021, which will be hosted by the last or the 6th on the 17th of February 2021, which will be hosted by TERI. Please block these days in your diaries and tune in to enrich this prestigious forum. If you haven't already, do follow us on Twitter, Facebook, and LinkedIn to receive regular updates and event notifications. Now, last but not the least, I, on behalf of the National Maritime Foundation, KAS, FICCI, and TERI, wish you all in advance a happy Christmas and a lovely and safe 2021. Let us hope and pray that the new year will come with opportunities that we can meet in a conference room rather than in front of a laptop or a phone screen. See you on 28th January. Till then, it's goodbye and thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you to KAS. Thank you to Mr. Rumele. Thank you, Pankaj. Thank you, Sarabjit. Thank you, Admiral Chauhan. And I know he is here as well, but thank you to all.
Yeah.
Thank you for wonderful, wonderful friends again. And we will meet you again.
Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you so much.
Yes, Satyam, we